Hello, everyone. Good morning. If everyone could take their seats, we're a few minutes late. We've got a long agenda today and only one day to do it in.
And the judge?
Morning, everyone. Can we please stand? And we'll have Commissioner Johnson lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. If you'd just please remain standing for a moment. We'll observe a moment of silence to honor the California officers who have died in the line of duty since our September meeting. Officer Ray Barantes, the Chowchilla Police Department, October 3rd. Officer Lauren Craven, La Mesa Police Department, October 20th. Deputy Andrew Nunez, San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, October 27th. And Officer Alex Sanders, Alhambra Police Department, November 20th. Thank you. Let's be seated, please.
Yeah.
Oh, just Chandler. Oh. Mr. Chandler, would you please call the roll, sir?
Yes, sir. Good morning, commissioners. Barcelona,
Here.
Braun, Cooper,
Here.
Doring,
Here.
Duggan,
Here.
Gould, Gordon,
Here.
Johnson,
Morning. I'm here.
Long,
Here.
Moodian, here, Moon, here, Nieto,
Here.
Rodriguez, Terrio,
Here.
and Woolry. 15 members present, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Knapp. Before we begin, I'd like to introduce on my left, Post Chief Counsel, William Toby Darden. And on Toby's left, the Advisory Committee Vice Chair, Brett Stalker. And on my right, Post Executive Director, Manny Alvarez. Before we begin, we are privileged today to welcome two new commissioners appointed by Governor Newsom, Charles Duggan Jr., Redlands City Manager, and Dr. Michael Moodian from Chapman University. Welcome, gentlemen. Would you take a moment just to tell us a little bit about yourselves and how you came to post?
Thank you so much, Chairman. My name is Mike Moody, and I'm from Orange County, and I appreciate the warm welcome from everyone here at the commission. Prior to joining Post, I served for 10 years on the California Commission on Judicial Performance, and I served as chair for 2 of those years and vice chair for 3. As I said, I live in Orange County with my wife and young son, and very honored to serve on this commission and to serve the public. So thank you very much, and looking forward to getting to work.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Dugan.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Charlie Duggan. I'm the city manager of Redlands, California. And let's see, I'm starting, I think, my 18th year as a city manager and my 35th or 36th year in local government. Honored to be a part of the commission. I appreciate the governor's appointment as the local government representative. I've worked with police departments throughout my career. I was an IT specialist and as deputy director before I became a city manager. So I worked very closely with police departments on all of their technology. And then since then, I've worked very closely. I've had a police chief and a police department in all my cities.
Welcome, Mr. Duggan. Thank you both, and please don't hesitate to contact any of your fellow commissioners or Manny or any of your staff. You'll find that they're very substantive and very accommodating. We will now move to public comment. And this is the time set aside for members of the public to comment on items on the commission agenda or items not on the agenda, but under commission jurisdiction. Per commission policy, as commission chair, I will manage the public comment period in deference to the commission's workload and meeting time constraints. And as you can tell from the agenda, we have a long one today and just one day to accomplish it. We have up to 15 minutes is reserved at the beginning of each commission meeting for public comment. Members of the public who wish to speak are directed to limit the remarks to no more than 3 minutes. If many people wish to speak on the same topic, I may intervene and ask you to limit your remarks to 1 minute. And per commission policy, we may have to conclude the public comment period if multiple speakers are voicing similar comments and the 15-minute public period has expired. And please be advised that the commission cannot take any action on items that are not on the agenda today. Also, finally, please remember the meeting is being transcribed, so speak slowly and clearly so you can be accurately recorded. Any public comment on specific peace officer revocations to be heard today will be heard at the time of that hearing. For public comment on officer misconduct cases not before the commission, we will attempt what is always a delicate balance between the right of the public to express viewpoints and due process protections designed to ensure these matters can be pursued down the road without legal challenges that could stem from ex parte communications to the commission. For that reason, we will attempt to limit discussions of specific allegations and cases until the case is agendized, because of the risk that discussions of specific allegations could damage subsequent cases. Would anyone like to address the commission at this time? Please come forward.
Good morning. My name is Elisa Victory. I am speaking today in my official capacity as a senior staff attorney with the ACLU of Northern California. My office submitted a formal public comment letter for this meeting that was accepted and published, so thank you to the commission and its staff. I just want to make a few points and updates. Since that letter has been received, the Post staff have responded indicating they will give a substantive update on ACLU's decertification complaint that we filed October 2024 against 9 Vallejo police officers. So we look forward to that communication and update in the next 30 days as we were promised, and hope to provide additional information about the allegations in our complaint. We also highlighted several families impacted by those Vallejo officers who still live in Vallejo, who are still seeking accountability, who spoke to your advisory board under SB 2 at their October 2024 meeting. Some of those folks are here today to speak to you all as the full commission, to remind you the importance of the work and the power that you have under SB 2. Those families that are here today include the family of Mario Romero, the family of Willie McCoy, and a civil rights attorney, Melissa Nold. I will yield the rest of my time to those 4 speakers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commission. My name is Chris Kelly. I am the sister of Mario Romero, who was a young man who was murdered by Vallejo police officers. I was here last year. First of all, let me say thank you all for being here to help make change, because my city in particular, my city's police department is known throughout the nation for really horrible things. We were here a year ago asking for officers who have committed horrible atrocities to be decertified. In the year, we have heard nothing. We feel it as families who are impacted by police violence, which is a real thing, that it is imperative that this commission really stop and take a look at what is going on in our city with these officers. And the training or failure to train is a big part of that failure. So speaking from my heart and from the hearts of so many others who could not be here today, we ask that you seriously know that the longer you wait, those same officers, they could either be hired somewhere else, or they are still employed and are still committing terrible crimes against the public. So the longer you wait, You know, the longer you fail, the very people you are put in place to help protect. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'm Melissa Nolde. I'm a civil rights attorney, especially focused on the City of Vallejo Police Department. Last year we were here and we spoke about some things at that point were rumors and things we knew witnesses were going to talk about, including officers that had been hired despite having not passed their background examinations. In the post-disqualification portions of their background examinations, there were items including criminal fraud, theft, things like that that were exposed, things that would not make you qualified to be a police officer in the state, and things that bring shame on the dignity of law enforcement. I know when I was a police officer, I had to go through an extensive background examination. I certainly wouldn't have been hired if I was a thief, if I committed fraud and admitted to it. He admitted to it. These weren't allegations. He admitted to it doing his background examination. I've since received whistleblower testimony about specific officers in Vallejo who did not pass their background examinations. I have received, sure, sorry. Okay, I'll speak a little slower. I've received the actual background packet from one of them that was essentially leaked to me to prove that this was happening, that confirmed that the officer who's still employed with the City of Vallejo made criminal admissions in his background, that the background investigator said, don't hire this guy. And the city and the chief of police at the time chose to hire him anyway. The city's engaged in hiring people essentially based on whether they liked the people or not, by completely disregarding the post standards that other law enforcement agencies and agents are held to. Those people are still working there. One of the whistleblowers, who was a police captain with the Vallejo Police Department, testified about how there were multiple people during the same hiring practice that were brought into the Vallejo Police Department. Since that testimony, we've also found out that the city discovered that they were hiring people outside of any sort of qualification. They did not have a disqualification list for items that would make you unemployable, things that post would not allow people to be licensed as police officers if they had engaged in. Yet the city has done nothing to actually review the personnel files and the background records to determine if there were people that are hired, like this particular officer, who shouldn't be serving as police officers. This information has been hidden from we have testimony that this was hidden from the court. Brady material about these officers hidden from the court in pitches motions, hidden from civil attorneys in civil discovery. This is something that is ongoing. It's still happening. It's making it virtually impossible to even get people to come work for the City of Vallejo Police Department because they know that these people are still there. These officers are incredibly concerning because they did not meet the bare minimum to be police officers. And that's all we're asking for. And I can do discovery on whistleblowers, and I've provided that testimony to you guys. I've provided transcripts. I've provided background records this past July. But I, in federal court, can't decertify people. I can't fire people. But what I have done is I've gathered the information from whistleblowers who was willing to speak to the commission, to the DOJ, and anybody else who's willing to listen to help clean up the Vallejo Police Department. You guys are one of those agencies that can help with that. So we're imploring you to please take what's going on with Vallejo seriously so that we can have a police department again. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for taking the time to be here.
My name is David Harrison, and I'm the cousin of Willie McCoy, who was murdered by 6 police officers in Vallejo, California, in a Taco Bell drive-through sleeping. Some of these officers I spoke to last time still at work. And now there's other things that have come out since then, because this has been ongoing several years, that have whistleblowers involved, like Ms. Node has attested to, and still these guys are at work. And I just think that if you own a dog in the city, and police officers and the Police Officer Association own these dogs who murdered all of these children in Vallejo, California, and nothing's happened to the dog owners or the dogs. The dogs are back out there doing the same thing they've been doing, murdering people. It's not a officer on duty. What we're talking about here is corruption. And it's a lot of police officers in here. The last time I was here was a lot of impacted family members who are very hurt, who have been terrorized by this ordeal. I happen to be one of them in my family. My family was accosted by, several members of my family have been accosted by these same officers and threatened. I'm here today telling you, all I see is badges, and it's this thing called badge bending that these officers were doing. And when I came in here today, all I seen was badges pointed at me. And I thought about how they shot a 20-year-old boy 55 times, sleeping in an automobile in a Taco Bell drive-through with a piece of plastic on the passenger side of the window. And it blew my mind. That if we can't hold officers accountable for anything, then how can we as a society hold a criminal guilty of anything? We can't hold him guilty because the people policing him, trying to get him to walk a straight line, are straddling the fence. And I mean big time. So we gave you the names of these officers. It's public knowledge of what they've done, and they're still up out here. Who has the authority to take their job away? Who has the authority to bring some type of leveling ground to this thing? Because, hey, look at it. Common citizens, sir, they got like that and put their hands on the steering wheel, but they don't know if that officer is coming with good intentions. Because of these, and they say, oh, well, there's always a few rotten eggs. Well, no, it's worse than that. It's more rotten eggs than it is good eggs, fresh ones. You put a fresh piece of fruit and in a bucket of rotten fruit, it ain't too long for that rottens. So that's all I wanted to say. And if you got a conscience, it's been a long time. It's time for some action on this thing, I believe, because everything seems that goes down in these proceedings is time limitless. Well, we'll just make them wait another 6, 7 years and they'll forget about it. No, his families ain't gonna never forget about it. And they got ancestors that done passed away. I done lost so many people in my family that was fighting this fight that I'm sick and I'm tired of it. And they've died and they passed on, and they probably turning over in their graves right now thinking about what justice really looks like. And it just doesn't feel right. It don't feel it. And if it doesn't apply to everybody, then it don't apply to nobody, what we doing. So thank you for allowing me to say my piece.
Thank you, Mr. Harrison.
Good morning. My name is Corey McCoy. I'm the older brother of Willie McCoy, who on February 9th of 2019 was executed by 6 of the 9 police officers that the ACLU has put up for decertification. I'm not here to preach. I'm simply here to ask this commission to not listen to what we're saying in our opinions, but to take a look at the testimony that has been taking place over the last several years, either in Superior Court or federal civil court. There are whistleblowers from high up in the Vallejo police officers' command staff that have told their truth. And all the families of impacted, that have been impacted in Vallejo, all we're simply asking this commission is to please don't make us, at the end of the day, feel as though you kicked the can down the road and this commission is simply for optics to appeal to people's feelings as though our system is really doing something to weed out some of the worst police officers that, quite frankly, should not be police officers. In Vallejo, the corruption also extends into the city attorney's office. And I would hope that you would look at all of the testimony, from destruction of evidence testimony to threats of people's lives for testifying. It's a long list, a long laundry list, and we're hoping that the buck will stop with this commission and that you just are not in place to give the public the appearance that this is something that you're focused on when nothing is going to get done about it. We're truly hoping that you look at not what we're saying, but testimony given by your peers. And please don't kick this down the road. We're counting on you to take a stand. You have to acknowledge that 100% of you do not deserve to be police officers. There are bad apples, and unfortunately, in the city of Vallejo, California, it's not just a few bad apples. It's an entire orchard that needs to be attended to, and we're hoping that you all don't make the impacted families lose faith that as far as that you guys are just something here that is pretending to do the job that we hope you all will sincerely do. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Mr. McCoy, for taking the time. Ms. Victory, do you have other folks today? That's all. All right. Does anyone have a comment or question to Ms. Victory from the ACLU or her witnesses? Anyone? Thank you for taking the time to be up here. It's difficult to comment on. Just all I can say is Post absolutely shares your concerns. Post is, I can assure you, Mr. McCoy and others, it's not about optics here. It's not optics from the governor who and the legislature who created the whole SB2 process. I wish I could assure you that it would move faster, but the investigations do take time. But I can assure you that Post is all over it and will do everything in its power to respond accordingly. Thank you very much for your time. We would also like to acknowledge your losses, everyone, you and your friends. Is anyone else here to speak from the public? See. Executive Director Manny Alvarez would like to address the commission at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will keep my comments today very, very short because I know you have a very, very busy day. There are several items on the agenda that you all have heard in the past that are coming to fruition today. Some things that you've asked for as well in terms of guidelines and surveys. So we hope to present that to you today. And then lastly, I just wanted to touch on two administrative things that you all should be aware of or have had interest in the past regarding. First of all, this hopefully will be the last time you will be in this room for the commission meeting. As you see, there's a lot of construction going on in the building, and we expect the build out to be done by the spring of next year. So the next time you will meet here at Post will be in June of 2026, and we will have a permanent dais and a permanent hearing room where the audience will be directly in front of you as opposed to behind you. We hope to have that, hopefully, knock on wood, April 1st time period. We're also taking advantage of that opportunity to increase our security posture around the building, both physical security and some of our policies to deal with tightening up our security. So I want to thank Tom Osborne and the Administrative Services Bureau that have been working on that project for the last year. So thank you to them. And then lastly, I know staffing has been an issue that has been addressed at the commission meetings for the last couple of years. So I thought I'd give you an update. So we did lose approximately 5 positions this fiscal year due to budget cuts for the state. You know, as I'd mentioned previously, the state cut back on positions across the board. We went from 263 positions to 258 funded positions. We currently have 31 vacancies. So we have a vacancy rate of approximately 12%. We do expect that number to perhaps go up by the end of December. We do have a number of retirements and transfers, but hopefully by June we'll be even below, closer to 10%. We're also reducing our RA, our retired annuitant staffing. As many of you have that work at other departments or have had to deal with CalPERS, there's some significant pressure by CalPERS to reduce retired annuitant staffing. We've had to provide written justification to reduce our staff or to address why we have so many retired annuitants. We've obviously been able to justify that with the vacancies that we've had pursuant to Senate Bill 2. But as we bring new people on, you know, we are also having, like other agencies, to reduce some of the retired annuitants. And then just in that regard, obviously, we've been adding about 30 full-time staff members per year to get to that 258 target. So just want to thank Human Resources Bureau, as well as every bureau, the 16 bureaus within Post that have really been pushing to do interviews almost on a daily basis in the building. And that concludes my presentation or my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you, Mary. Our first item this morning for vote is approval of the transcript and action summary from the September meeting. Is there a motion to approve the transcript and the action summary?
Commissioner Doring, motion.
Is there a second?
Lurie.
Is there objection to unanimous consent? Seeing none, the motion carries. We now begin with consent, and as I stated earlier, we have a long agenda today, including 3 SB2 cases, all compressed into one day, so we will try to move with some alacrity. For the consent calendar, I will briefly introduce the item, and staff will be available to offer presentation and response to any questions to the extent commissioners wish to indulge. All consent items are for information purposes, and no action or vote is required. So unless any commissioner would like a report on items A or B, we will begin with C, which is a report on the updated K-9 guidelines. The proposal, which is contained in the agenda, updates the 2014 guidelines to reflect legislative changes and best practices. The proposed guidelines were modified and reviewed by the commission in June and again in September. Are there comments or questions? And if not, the guidelines will be issued as contained in the agenda. Law enforcement consultant Mike Dallasay is here to report and field questions. Commissioner Brazil, you led the modification and review of these guidelines at this point. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good.
About the guidelines.
Feeling good on the guidelines as well. They did good. So to move things along, I'm good with a very short presentation.
Okay. Mr. Dallasay.
Yes, thank you good morning, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. So after quite an extensive process, these guidelines are in their final form, and I hope this is the last time I'll be presenting these to you until further guidelines. But we did make the changes, adding in the evaluator portion revised. For some reason in June, they were omitted, but they are now in there, have been revised and are updated. In addition, the e-collar, the prong collar, those have all been now changed to corrective devices. So rather than specifics, we're going to use the general term of corrective device pursuant to Commissioner Brazil's recommendations. That's really the most substantive changes since June. That I just want to give a short presentation. So really, unless you have questions, that's all I have.
Any questions or comments? Everyone's okay. Again, it's a consent item. It's a report. It's contained in the agenda, and as all of these reports are, unless there's modifications recommended by the commission, they will move forward as is.
Thank you.
Next item is an update on child safety guidelines. These guidelines were last updated in 2008. Again, the proposed guidelines are in the agenda and will be issued per the agenda absent commission recommendations or modifications. Mr. Dallasay, you dashed off too quickly. And are there any questions or comments on the updated child safety guidelines? Well, say something briefly, Mr. Dallasay.
Man, he's giving me the nod. So no, it's just an update. We're good to go.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is an update on the wandering guidelines. These guidelines, also contained in the agenda, are required by 2024 legislation to address the law enforcement response related to Alzheimer's, dementia, autism, and related issues. The guidelines will be issued per the agenda absent commission modifications. Law enforcement consultants Kevin Hatano and Steve Fisher are here to report on the item or field any questions. Any questions or comments from commissioners on the wandering guidelines? In the advisory committee, there was some discussion. Vice Chair Stalker, any comment?
Yes, thank you. Yes, we had pretty good discussion on this topic, and I just to be brief on it, I think our main concern was we wanted to make sure that the smaller agencies had the ability to use outside resources, such as search and rescue, helicopters, those type of resources that we may not see in small agencies. So that was our main concern, just to make sure that, again, the small agencies had the ability to use those resources.
Questions? Commissioner Brazil?
I have a kind of a question for Manny. So we've got a parallel track with DOJ on improving the relation, it's SB 882. Do we have a direct connect with DOJ? It'd be great if they don't have this to filter this up to them, because they're starting to draft the final report. We have our meeting next week. It'd be great if we have a contact with them to ship this off to them as well.
Yes, and I believe they were part of the group that developed these guidelines. And perhaps you could address that, Kevin, but.
Yes, Megan Eshelman from, she's involved in this.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you. No further questions or comments. We move to item F, which is a report on the status of out-of-state officers. As you would recall, last meeting in September, the commission asked staff to research how other states deal with training requirements related to pre-certifying out-of-state officers for responding to mutual aid requests, say such as the Olympics in 2028. Basic Training Bureau Chief Carrie Holler is here to report on the item and field any questions. Ms. Holler.
Thank you. At the September commission meeting, post staff was asked to compile data and conduct an analysis of surrounding West Coast states' academy training standards and then compare them to California post standards. Present possible concepts on how we could potentially authorize out-of-state officers to support California's mutual aid requests in support of major security incidents, including national security special events. As a starting point for our initial analysis, post staff obtained the training curriculum from the following states: Washington, Oregon, Arizona, and Nevada. Currently, Post relies upon its basic course waiver process to evaluate, validate, and authorize out-of-state officers seeking to gain employment as a peace officer in California. The basic waiver process provides an out-of-state officer with an exemption of the regular basic course or the specialized investigators basic course training requirements if certain criteria has been previously satisfied, but it does not exempt them from any other hiring requirement. As such, the out-of-state officer must meet our training, education, and experience requirements, which are, and these are for what is going to affect January 1st. So it used to be 200 general law enforcement basic course. It's going to be 400. All 4 of these states met that requirement. At least 664 hours of general law enforcement training, including the basic course, and this is applicant specific. Legislatively mandated training topics included in the regular basic course. None of these states met all of the legislative mandated training subjects. I'll go into that a little more detail later in this presentation. And then it went from 1 to 2 years of general law enforcement experience. And again, this is applicant specific. Once the out-of-state officer or applicant meets those requirements, they must attend a 161-hour requalification course. The purpose of the requalification course is to provide training on legislative mandates and other manipulative skills specific to California. In summary, based upon our research and analysis, each state has different content missing in comparison to California. We attached each state's, so you have the specifics available. However, there is some content that was consistently short hours or missing entirely, and I'm going to summarize that. For LD 37, people with disabilities, which is a legislative mandate with a 15-hour requirement and specific topics that the training must address, all 4 states were missing content and or hours. For LD 34, first aid, CPR, and AED, which is a legislative requirement that has a 21-hour requirement with required and specific topics. Oregon and Washington do not meet the hourly requirement, and they do not cover the AED training. Nevada does not meet the hourly requirement and doesn't cover bloodborne pathogens. Another was the shotgun training. None of the 4 states train on the shotgun. So although this is not a legislatively required topic for the academy, it is included in the academy. This prevents cadets from graduating and then needing to attend a separate shotgun course to satisfy that penal code requirement. Lastly, LD 26, which is critical incidents, has required content for California, and it's not being covered in full for all 4 states. At the request of the LA 28 Olympic National Security Special Events Lead with the United States Secret Service, Post staff has participated in preliminary and general discussions with them, along with Cal OES, LAPD, and the LA County Sheriffs regarding their anticipated high demand for law enforcement officers to support safety and security for the Olympic Games. In closing, we'll continue to collaborate, conduct research, and offer suggestions on how an out-of-state law enforcement officer mutual aid process could work, what challenges we could face, legal liabilities associated with the post-validation or certification of out-of-state officers, and if this process will require a legislative and/or regulatory change. At the direction of the commission, we will continue to provide updates at future commission meetings. And at this time, I'll take questions.
Thank you, Ms. Holler. Questions, comments? Commissioner Brazil.
I have a couple of questions. Carrie, where they're lacking hours, are some of those courses available through the portal, or should some of them be available through the portal? In other words, if we told them, well, I just use Las Vegas Metro because they're huge, right? If we said, hey, Las Vegas Metro, if your officers take these courses through our portal and we give them access to it, then they meet the minimum quals. Or are there some of the courses we can do online?
Yeah, there is some that we do online, and then we refer them to, like, Police One has some training that they can do.
Because one of the ideas I'm the one that pushed the idea forward. One of the ideas doing it this is not just about the big, whether it's the World Cup or the Olympics, but also providing an easier access for agencies to hire laterals from other states. So if we can, as much as we can, to pre-certify people ahead of time and then potentially reduce the 160, then it might be easier for agencies to actually pull people from other states as laterals versus, by the way, you can come here, but you got to take all these other courses because you just have different ways of doing it so they can kind of help agencies, particularly the ones that are grabbing laterals from out of state. So there's kind of a method to my madness. It's more the why.
We'll look into it.
Commissioner Terrio, so just to be clear, none of these states have the legislative mandates to work in the state of California.
Not all of them, correct.
Okay. Is there one that does? Did I miss that?
Not to my knowledge, but I mean, we only looked at 4 states.
I appreciate Commissioner Brazil's, the look for laterals from out of state, but quite frankly, I have to level with you. This is a end around by the OES to get folks from out of state to probably work at, I would assume, lower wages, different benefits come in and out. When this should be this is a California issue, it needs to be a California solution. With these events, they're far out in advance that things can be planned internally. And what I see from a labor perspective is, quite frankly, this is just an end around to not deal with the recruiting retention in this state by the OES, quite frankly. And I think it speaks volumes that we would have to essentially go get a legislative change or something to that effect to make, or, give people online training to bring them to the level of a California peace officer. And I think it's wrong. So I mean, that's my commentary, and something I think that needs to be put out in the sunlight, that it's not an emergency. I would understand if some type of natural disaster, something to that effect, it's totally different. This is something that's pre-planned, whether it's the Olympics, whether it's the World Cup, whatever would have you. And so I have to share that commentary. Much respect for obviously everything you're doing as you're being told to do. I get it, but that turn of mine, and I know that's going to be a concern that labor puts up on the table in the coming months to come. Thank
you. Mr. Johnson.
Was there any research done? I mean, is it legally allowed by governor's order?
It's not.
Chief,
We're best buds now.
Yeah. See, it's labor getting along with man. Did you do any research on the legality? I'm assuming the governor's executive order can
swear peace officers in from anywhere in the nation through an agreement or mutual agreement. It happens at natural disasters. Have you done any legal research? Is that allowed, like a planned event like Ben mentioned?
I'll refer to my attorney.
I thought you might do that.
But yes, there has been, so I
Okay.
will let him answer.
Yeah, so,
Attorney, not your.
yes, exactly. So we have had some discussion with the governor's office, and there are a number of different ways to approach it. It is possible, obviously, for the governor, under certain circumstances, to issue an executive order. What we're looking at are, a number of different issues. First, as Commissioner Brazil has mentioned, there's an issue. Second is simply planning for issues like the 2028 Olympics, where there's just going to be a massive need for law enforcement officers that it's going to be very difficult for local agencies to be able to, even taking into account statewide mutual aid, to be able to meet. So really, I think we're kind of at the early stage of these discussions and looking at all of those possibilities, but it is possible for the governor to issue an executive order. Manny, I don't know if you had anything you wanted to add.
Just that we are having those discussions with the administration on a regular basis for the most part. I think we've had one face-to-face meeting with the administration to address whether it should be an executive order or a law change. We've also told them what we're doing. And just to piggyback on what Carrie mentioned, we are having monthly meetings with Secret Service, Cal OES, LAPD, LA Sheriff's, and CHP. I think I hit all of them. So they are also aware of what we're doing in terms of, is there a regulatory fix? Obviously, they're aware of the executive order challenges as well as the law changes, but we're trying, but the law doesn't permit it at this point.
Because one's a natural disaster, and so you declare an emergency, so you have to declare an emergency for something like this rather than a planned event. So I think the governor has executive order power to declare the Olympics an emergency.
Well, it's already been declared a national emergency event, which has given the Secret Service the primary authority over site protection and site security. So on a federal level, that's already been done. I don't want to speak for governor's legal office because I don't work for them, and I don't want to misstate what the governor's authority is, but certainly we're aware, and we've seen the governor, for instance, by executive orders, has granted the ability for railroad peace officers to have California peace officer status under certain conditions. But that is because there is a state statute that permits it to be done with the governor's executive order. So again, as we've been looking at this, it looks to us like if there's anything other than simply using California peace officers for mutual aid and hoping that the in-state resources would be able to provide the need, there would have to be some sort of a legislative fix or authorization from the legislature to permit something else.
As opposed to will Post consider, I guess, suggestion that you Post create a training for peace officers that might come in from other states. For example, the inauguration sent a lot of peace officers out, including a significant amount of highway patrol resources, and they received training from DC. So they received a short training regarding powers of arrest within DC. That's happened through other natural disasters where peace officers are deployed to other locations, Louisiana, for Katrina, where they receive a limited amount of training regarding their peace officer powers while they're in a different state.
I know one of the things being looked at is the question of, presumably, for instance, at the Olympics, you're going to have several zones. So you might have an outside zone where private security might even be able to handle what the needs are. There might be then a secondary zone, and in that zone, there might be need for certain officers to perform certain functions, canine searches, or working a magnetometer or something along those lines. And then you might have an inner zone where you want people to have more fulsome and more complete training. So I think, part of it, as I understand your comment, I think there is the possibility, I want to speak for Manny, but there certainly is the possibility, if it's the will of the state and the commission, that there is some possibility that officers could be used for a more limited purpose, then I suppose it would be possible for the commission to do that. Manny, your thoughts on?
Yeah, just a couple of things to answer the questions. So one, in terms of training, we do anticipate that we would probably have to do some training for out-of-state peace officers. So we have reached out to both Wisconsin and Illinois, to our counterparts there. We had a conversation with Chicago PD. The others really were non-responsive. So Chicago held the DNC. They did have some out-of-state officers there. They provided them limited, I think they said 4 to 8 hours of training at the hotel before they started. In our conversations with LAPD, they were very, very clear that they're going to need to have people trained up on AB 392, SB 54, all these other issues that that we deal with in California on a regular basis. So we do anticipate that there is likely going to have to be some form of training. In regards to some of the peace officers in California and incorporating them into the Olympics, we've also addressed with the administration and that we do have a number of peace officers that have very limited authorities to serve as peace officers. They can only, serve in their capacity, their investigative role, whatever it may be for their job duties, and it wouldn't include the Olympics or some natural disaster. Those peace officers, whether it's CDCR or probation, could be used. So if they're going to have some kind of a legislative fix or an executive order, we've suggested that kind of be incorporated so that our California peace officers can also participate where they may not have, immunity or legal authority to serve as peace officers in those circumstances. So we are having those discussions as well. We do anticipate training. Also, just in terms of numbers, we don't know the numbers. Essentially, Secret Service is putting together a plan as to how many peace officers are going to be needed at each venue. They're obviously reliant upon LA 28 to provide the venues. LA 28 is continuing to add venues, and they're working through that process. But the numbers are staggering from what we're hearing. I mean, tens of thousands potentially, thousands for sure. We're hearing that both from LAPD and LASD. So it's significant.
That was my next question, is how
Yeah.
many?
They don't know. They don't know. The venues are spread out. It's not just in the city of LA or LA County. It's throughout California, definitely throughout Southern California. We've heard Orange County, San Bernardino, Riverside. We've been told that one of the venues is going to be in Oklahoma for the softball events. So it continues to grow, but it's going to be thousands for sure from what we're hearing. And
They're working on the manpower estimates, and we were hoping to get them by early next year. But, just looking at what some of the law enforcement needs have been at other Olympics across the world, it's massive.
Thank you.
Mr. Gordon.
I would just really want us to continue to make sure that we stay at the table and find a way on the mutual aid side so that we aren't forced into something that we're not comfortable with. So making sure we stay at the table and have some sort of plan as to how to do it, and probably bifurcating mutual aid for this type of event from what I think a lot of us have an interest in terms of out of state. I have folks that have left to go out of state and their process has been fairly simple for them. And I think we make our process really complicated. Yes, we want high quality, make sure they have the appropriate training, but I think there's still some work to do on how we can continue to hire from out of state. That I don't think we're quite there yet. If they're missing 15 hours of a particular, we should have a way for them to gain that versus going through an entire academy. And the other piece is they still have to go through a full field training program. So there are other ways for them to get the information that they're lacking, in order to complete probation and get signed off on all of the elements. So I think for me, I want to make sure we have a mutual aid avenue for this, because I really don't think if we used every officer we have in the state of California, we would still have enough for what is going to be needed for the Olympics. And then I really am gonna continue to ask staff to really look at how we can make the transition and the hiring of out-of-state officers who want to come live and work here in the state of California and work for our agencies an easier process. Maintaining our quality and our standards, but a process that is actually manageable, because right now it is not.
Yeah, Commissioner Brazil.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just want to add one more thing because Commissioner Johnson asked a lot of really, really good questions. And we've done this before. CHP goes to the inauguration, they're on deployment strategies to help out OES when they go to hurricanes and those type of things. Is we have our own set of natural disasters. So we're only talking about the Olympics needing thousands of officers in isolation, but we're right in the middle of the summer and fire seasons. If we have a Palisades fire kickoff in the North State or go back to Paradise, and we've over relied on locals to go down to LA, we're stuck. We really are stuck. So it's one of those, we need to start building out in our modeling internally what our purpose is, but also understanding that we can't deplete all the agencies across the state to go down to Los Angeles. We're going to have to rely on others because we can't force, particularly I'm protecting Northern California and the rural communities from the fire danger that we have that's real, that grows very quickly and will deplete resources for OES. And I know OES knows the numbers, how many we deployed on an annual basis to fires during that prime season. They've got the numbers that you need to hold back. So I'm glad we're at the table with OES and LA, but it's not just them in isolation, it's the entire state that we need to look at during that time frame of some of the natural disasters we have, are going to have, because it's not if, but when the next fire starts.
A quick question, I guess for Commissioner Terrio, maybe. Is it safe to assume that labor's at these tables, the very many tables we've been talking about?
No, I mean, I understand the concerns coming for about, natural disasters and all that, but there's also the National Guard for that kind of thing. This is something that is a pre-planned thing that's out for a long time. And again, it just highlights the issues that we have in California on recruiting retention that have been created, some self-created, and we're not dealing with them. And this is case in point on that. If people are going to sit here and say that, in the 5th largest economy in the world, in what someone argues one of the most populous and greatest states in the union, and we have to rely on people to, from out of state, then that's a problem. And we're not really addressing the root cause of the problem.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in Chicago for the DNC, I failed to mention the superintendent was given authority in 2012, the superintendent of Chicago PD, to authorize out-of-state officers. And I believe it was after the World Expo or the World Fair that they had in Chicago that was put into legislation. So that's what they used to bring in the out-of-state officers. The other thing that came up yesterday during advisory is to simplify the process, which Commissioner Gordon brought up. And I think that's where Commissioner Brazil is trying to go. Can we, to a certain extent, waive them in if we know that they've met the requirements? Right now, for regulation, the requirements are not one for one. And I used EVOC yesterday as an example. Our EVOC requirements, I believe, are 40 hours. I was told that for the waiver process, it's 2. So the commission can make those decisions as to, what we want to accept from out of state. Some of the challenges that we have are the government code, which is going to require a law change. This came up yesterday, or we addressed it yesterday. So the government code says or states that to be a peace officer in California, you have to have a medical clearance, you have to have a psych, you have to have your fingerprints done. All of that is not controlled by this commission is controlled by the government code. So there are some challenges there as well. In terms of when out-of-state officers do come to California under the existing process, they generally go through the 160 or 161 hour requalification course. And there is where we insert a lot of the legislative mandates to make sure that those things are covered. And that obviously could be done in the future with some of these things where we're short. People with disabilities, for instance, is a ledge mandate, the number of hours, the content, that can be inserted in a modified course like the requal course. And that's what we do now.
Additional questions or comments from the commission? Lieutenant Stalker, for the advisory committee, had a rather robust conversation about this yesterday.
Yes, thank you, Chair Long. Just to be brief, our main focus was on mutual aid. And just some of the highlights that we talked about is how would out-of-state officers be dealing with our procedures in California or our policies in California? That was a big concern of ours to kind of figure out that process of how that's going to work. And so again, our main focus was on mutual aids and the fact that the challenges that Post and anybody that's looking at this is going to have on that. So our main concerns yesterday was mutual aids and how that would work as far as other agencies coming in, especially from out of state and, following California policy and procedure.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Miles to go before we sleep on this one. Any further comments? Thank you, Ms. Holler. Item G. Yeah, don't go anywhere. A report on the status of the PC 832 firearms pilot. In September, the commission asked for a survey of how agencies that employ limited status peace officers would be affected by changes to the PC 832 firearms course. And Bureau Chief Holler will report on the item.
Thank you. So as you said, after the September commission meeting, there was a concern about the effect the increased hours will have on agencies who employ security officers or public officer positions. Since Post does not track these appointments, staff developed a survey which was sent out to 614 agencies throughout the state. The survey asked agencies if they employed officers under California Penal Codes 831.4, 831.5, and 831.6. They were asked if these appointments were authorized to carry firearms, and if yes, how often were they required to qualify, what type of positions they were, and what type of shifts they worked. We are still collecting the data from agencies, but as of now, Post has received 457 responses. The following is an overview of the data that was collected. For public officers appointed under California Penal Code 831.4, the Penal Code defines this as a sheriff's or police security officer who serves as a public officer employed by the sheriff or a police chief. Out of the 457 agencies, 37 agencies responded that they employ him. Of those 37, 28 responded that they are authorized to carry firearms. This survey then asked how many were authorized to carry a firearm. We had 1,532 responses. Authorized to carry, we had 82%, so it was 1,250. Not authorized to carry was 282, or 18%. Please be advised on this, there were 2 agencies that just put all, and so we don't have their numbers of how many they arm. For public officers appointed under California Penal Code 831.5, this is defined as a custodial officer, as a public officer employed by specific counties or a population of 425,000 or less, whose primary role is the custody and operation of local detention facilities, but who is not a peace officer. Out of the 457 agencies who responded, 32 agencies responded that they employ them. Of those 32 agencies, 19 responded that they are authorized to carry firearms. The survey again asked how many were authorized, and we received 3,208 responses. Authorized to carry was 1,459, which is 45%. Not authorized to carry was 1,749, or 55%. For public officers appointed under California Penal Code 831.6, the Penal Code defines this as a transportation officer, as a public officer, not a peace officer, appointed on a contract basis by a peace officer to transport a prisoner or prisoners. Out of the 457 who responded, 9 agencies responded they employ them. Of those 9 agencies, 6 responded that they are authorized to carry firearms. The survey asked how many were authorized, and we received 33 responses. 10 are authorized, which is 30%, and not authorized to carry was 23, or 70%. The next question asks the agency if they had any other public officers that they employ. However, when we were going through that data, most of them listed penal code appointments that were for assignments that require the regular basic course or the specialized investigators basic course, rather than the public officer classifications that we requested. Excuse me. Please keep that in mind for the remaining questions and the data that follows. The next question asks if they're required to have their public officers qualify with their firearms. Out of the 457 agencies who responded, 46 responded yes, which equals 34%. And then their answers were mainly quarterly, with a few that said annually or biannually. The next question asked if they are required to have updated training. 25% responded with yes, and 75% responded no. The next question asked what types of assignments the public officers were used for, and we had a variety of responses. I've just limited it to the most common ones. For the public officer, answers included animal control, code enforcement, parking enforcement, armed correctional deputies, custody officer, court security, jailer, jail transport, and building security. The last question we asked was what kind of shifts the assignments worked. Out of the 70 that responded, 21 put day shift. The remaining 49 put either all shifts or put a combination of day shift, swing shift, or day shift, swing shift, night shift, or any combination of those. So in summary, we did get a total of a significant number of those, again, were the peace officer classifications that require the regular basic course or specialized investigators basic course. With that, the authorized to carry as a total was 85%, and not authorized was 15%. At this time, I'll take any questions you may have.
Questions or comments from Ms. Holler? Bill? Furrowed brow.
I know.
So what we're looking at, I think it was Commissioner Cooper's concern, is of the ones that are not peace officers as we see them, they require the basic or the investigator basic, and where they hire them, the ones that issue firearms, is it fair to say that they're doing more than just the 24-hour required? They're doing ongoing in-service, because I think you asked that question, are they doing annual trainings or even semi-annual or even quarterly shoots? Is it fair to say that those that are hiring folks in a security position, I'll just use security for a general term, if they're issued a firearm, authorized carry a firearm, that they're going through more than just the 24 hours that they're required to by our regs?
So with those responses, though, we did receive some where they said that they have all their public officers and they included them on like the annual training. So it's hard to say definitely it was just the public officers, but we did have 34% that said that they do qualify on either quarterly or annual basis.
Can I just ask a clarifying, but that means 66% don't get additional training or qualification, correct?
Correct.
We can duplicate our furrow brow on that.
No comments or questions on the status report?
I appreciate all the numbers. Can we actually get those?
Absolutely.
Thank you. I'd like to think I have that good of a memory, but I do not.
Helpful. Lieutenant Stalker, did the advisory committee have anything to say?
Yes, thank you, Chair. One advisory committee member just made a comment that he has heard that some of the college officers are showing concerns for the additional hours, but mainly just due to range availability, and also talking about curriculum and definitely having extra time to adjust to the new procedures. Thank you.
Okay, as this is a consent item, we will move on to G, which is a report on the AB 134 Tribal Police Pilot Program. Legal Affairs Bureau Attorney Bryant Henley will report. Mr. Henley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Commission members. I will try to keep this brief. We had a pretty robust conversation with the advisory committee yesterday, so and I'll certainly defer to Lieutenant Stalker, who can fill you in on some of the questions there as necessary. But at a high level, I'm here to brief you on Assembly Bill 134, which is the Tribal Pilot Police Program. It's a law that took effect in June of this year that Governor Newsom signed into law. And again, as the title states, it's a pilot program. This is a program that really, to help give some context, it might be helpful for those of you who are familiar with Public Law 280. That's a law from the 1950s, a federal law that for 6 states, California included among them, it created a scenario where there was an expansion of state jurisdiction over tribal lands and basically a limitation of federal criminal jurisdiction over tribal lands. Basically, in essence, meaning for these 6 states, including California, it's the California state law enforcement that has principal responsibility over the tribal jurisdictions. That's kind of the status quo in California today. This bill, Assembly Bill 134, would get into that issue because tribal police officers today, they have authority over tribal members who are tribal. They have some amount of authority regarding crimes committed within their jurisdictions under their tribal laws. However, for California residents, others who are non-tribal members, tribal police officers really have virtually no authority. There's some arrest and control powers they have, but really no authority to investigate, prosecute, or take action involving crimes that may involve non-tribal members. So again, that's the status quo under Public Law 280, and hopefully helps set the stage for Assembly Bill 134. And so Assembly Bill 134, which is a bill that was authored by Assemblymember Ramos, was really designed to bring more authority to tribal police officers, allow them to have peace officer status as any other California peace officer would have in the state. It would be really focused on their jurisdiction, their tribal jurisdiction, where they would have the most peace officer powers. But under the authority of this bill, for these pilot programs, peace officers who got that status would have some powers outside of their tribal jurisdictions as well. So at a high level, that's really what the bill does. To get a little more into the weeds about it, the reasons that this bill was brought by Assemblymember Ramos were really twofold. The first being, as we talked about, the limitations that tribal police officers have today in terms of their powers of investigation and arrest, especially for non-tribal residents who might be within the territories of these tribes. But secondly, to address the alarming rates of abduction and murder of Native American peoples. It's a term that's commonly referred to as missing and murdered Indigenous people, or MMIP, for those who have heard that acronym. It's an alarming trend that Assemblymember Ramos hoped to address through this bill. So again, the bill, which took effect on June 27th of this year, it established the pilot program. It's a 3-year program from July of 2026 through July of 2029. That's when the program would take effect. It would actually be in action. The California Department of Justice, in coordination with Post, is assigned with responsibility to select up to 3 federally recognized tribes for participation in this program. And for some context, there are roughly 109 federally recognized tribes within the state of California. Many of these tribes are very small jurisdictional areas, but some can be fairly considerable. And by relation, of course, then the law enforcement abilities of a smaller tribe versus a larger tribe, they can really run that spectrum. But for all of the 109 federally recognized tribes, they will have an opportunity to apply to become one of the 3 potential candidates for this pilot program. Post and the Department of Justice have co-equal responsibility to oversee and ensure the tribe's compliance with all of the laws that I'll describe here briefly for you, which AB 134 would require. And so in order for a tribe that, say, is selected and allowed to become a tribal police pilot program unit, the peace officers that would be designated there would essentially have to go through the same requirements that are responsible for other peace officers to get a regular basic certification here in California. That is a minimum requirement. So whether it's a chief of police or a line peace officer, a minimum requirement is that they obtain the basic certification within 24 months, but no less than 12 months after probation. of becoming a peace officer. So that's one of the conditions that must be met. Another sort of general condition of the tribal police pilot program is that any tribe that is admitted as a tribal police pilot program tribe, their officers and the tribe are subject to the very same requirements that any other, say if you had a post-participating department, and to be clear, these are not post-participating department agencies, but essentially the requirements that any post-participating department would have are the same requirements that would be responsible for the tribe that is participating and the peace officers within that tribe that are participating. And that includes the requirements under SB2 for both certification, decertification, reporting of misconduct, and the like, but also, of course, the background requirements and other related requirements, the minimum qualifications, all of the things that a post-participating agency would have to do, a tribal police department would have to do for those officers who became peace officers. Other conditions under the law that are required for a tribe that participates include that the tribal government would have to enact a law that's similar to California's Public Records Act laws in terms of the transparency of misconduct investigations and the like, things involved with the peace officer program. They would have essentially the same transparency responsibilities that a local or state law enforcement agency in California would have. Similarly, there's a limited waiver of sovereign immunity that the tribe would have to agree to, adopt a law to agree to, that basically means that any of the officers who engaged in peace officer powers would be subject to the same types of liability that a peace officer in the state would be subject to, and that any sovereign immunity would have to be waived with respect to those types of conduct that are within the scope of the duties of the peace officer. Other additional requirements are, as I've mentioned, the Penal Code sections 13,500 through 13,519. Those are basically the requirements that any post-participating department would have to meet, and the SB2 requirements. And as I mentioned, with regard to the tribal peace officers who would participate, the requirements that a deputy sheriff or a chief of police would have under Penal Code section 832.4, that's essentially the same requirements that are required of the tribal peace officers. And then in summary, just to tell you a little bit about the timeline for the program, the program requires that by January 9th, the applications by the federally recognized tribes that wish to participate, they're due January 9th of 2026. The Department of Justice takes the lead in selecting and notifying up to 3 tribes that they are selected to participate. And then from January through June of 2026, that'll be the process for the selected tribes to make sure they've adopted the laws, they comply with all the requirements of AB 134 that make them sophisticated enough and capable enough and have adopted the laws that will allow them to essentially work in effect like a peace officer in the state would work in terms of liability and backgrounding, et cetera. And lastly, as I mentioned before, from July of 2026 through July of 2029, that's the period of time for this pilot program. And probably went on a little longer than I meant to, but that's a best summary I can give at this time. I'll stop and of course defer to Lieutenant Stalker, who may have other details to add. And Mr. Chair, I'm happy to entertain questions as well.
Thank you, Mr. Henley. Are there comments or questions from commissioners?
Commissioner Nieto. I just wanted to thank Post. Recently, about 2 weeks ago, I attended the MMIP conference, which is the Indigenous Missing Persons Conference, with many of the Native peoples were there attending it. And although it was dealing with missing people, Indigenous people, many of the questions that as a law enforcement official that I got asked was about law enforcement and working with the tribes because of the problems with sovereign land. Local police departments can't go on there when crimes occur. It takes hours for response for local PD. And they didn't even know I was a commissioner. They were just asking me these questions as the sheriff of the county because we hosted the conference. But I just want to thank Post for moving forward with it. I know the Attorney General spoke on the opening day. He came down that night to talk about the work that the DOJ is doing with the Indigenous people. So again, I just want to thank Post.
Thank you. Commissioner Nieto.
Commissioner Terrio, how many tribes participated in the first listening session? I know the next one is later this week.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Terrio. I don't have an exact number, but there were two, and thank you for pointing that out. There were two listening sessions held in November. These were virtual sessions where all 109 federally recognized tribes were invited. I would guesstimate, Commissioner, there were about 10 tribes that participated. And even among those tribes, not all of them, there were some tribes that disclosed that they didn't have a police department at all. And then there were tribes that had a fairly sophisticated police department within that group. So I guess I would just caution that the 10 tribes that participated doesn't necessarily reflect that there will be 10 applications. There may be more, there may be less. And we do have this Friday another so-called listening session that's scheduled for tribes to make sure that we've had an opportunity to hear from any tribes that have questions about the program.
Thank you. And the DOJ selecting 3, is that part of the legislation? Is that why that number is?
Yes, sir. It is a specific part of the legislation, and it's up to 3, so they don't have to select all 3.
And thank you.
Executive Director Alvarez.
Just a couple of things. One, I want to thank Bryant and Bureau Chief Mike Radford for working on this almost weekly meetings with DOJ to make this happen. So as a byproduct or as an aside to this, we've also participated for last year on the AG's PL 280 Advisory Council. I think those meetings are now done, but as part of that, we are also updating PL 280 training. It should come out next spring or sometime next year as a self-paced 2-hour course. We do have a DVD that was created in 2010 that is very dated. So this will be a self-paced course that officers can take at their leisure. Just want to thank San Bernardino Sheriff's Department, San Diego Sheriff's Department, Humboldt County. The Humboldt County Sheriff participated as a SME on that project, as well as DOJ, many of the members of the tribes. So hopefully that will roll out sometime in the spring, because there are a lot of complexities with Public Law 280. And I'd like to thank LTR, Learning Technology Resources, for putting that together.
Thank you, Mr. Executive Director. From the Advisory Committee, they had a good discussion on this yesterday, Lieutenant Stalker.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, we did have a really good discussion on this, and I had some questions personally that I had brought up. And one of my first concerns was, if a tribal agency decides to participate in this, how would they handle their FTO? So if they flip the switch and say, we want to do this, how would the field training work with those officers? Secondly, we talked about, what happens if they have a major crime, such as a homicide? Are they going to be following state law or tribal law? That was one of our concerns. We also asked, and you talked a little bit about this, how many tribes are interested? We were curious about that, and I believe you talked about that yesterday. Another question: if the tribal board changes their mind, how would we handle that? If halfway through they decide that they don't want to do it anymore, how would DOJ and Post handle that? One of the other comments was specifically from the sheriff is, would the sheriff or chief of police in that area have any input that currently has jurisdiction for that on the tribe? And then the last thing is, we talked a lot about whether or not they would be a post-participating agency, and what type of authority would Post have if they decided not to be a post-participating agency. So again, we had a pretty good discussion on this yesterday. Thank you.
Thank you, Lieutenant Stalker. Any further questions on this matter? Kathy, how you doing? All right, let's take a 10-minute break and we'll be back here at 10:35. Yeah, so much for that. All right, thank you, everyone. We're back on consent item H. Status update regarding the proposed changes to Commission Reg 1005. If you recall, in September, the commission requested draft amends that had been reviewed by the commission and wanted them to be shared with stakeholders. I believe only PORAC has responded. Now, the intent, if the commission concurs, is to put these amendments out for public comment in January, and then we would see them probably back in March. But we will have Chief Counsel Toby Darden will report, and Kern County, who has worked on these along with Post, is also here to comment. Mr. Darden.
And I will be very brief. As the commission requested, we sent out letters to certain stakeholders requesting comment on the draft proposed 1005 foundational regulation changes. And so letters were sent out to PORAC, CPOA, CSLEA, Cal Chiefs, and Cal State Sheriffs. As the chair pointed out, we did receive a written response from PORAC. Just not speaking for PORAC, but as I read and understood it, it struck me that some of the primary concerns that PORAC had could be addressed in two ways. Number one, having an effective date that was pushed out far enough to give all the folks in the state sufficient time to be able to be aware in terms of what the proposed changes were going to be, and then to deal with them. And the second is some kind of a grandfathering provision. And I think we certainly had in mind that this regulation would be prospective. It would be forward going. It wouldn't reach back retroactively and try to divest anyone's peace officer power or peace officer authority. So in terms of PORAC's concerns about an effective date and about grandfathering, I think those are concerns that seem legitimate, obviously up to the commission to see whether the commission agrees on it. In addition to PORAC's comment, we have received just smatterings here and there of folks with questions about some of the regulations. For instance, we received one from a particular custody institution which had questions about some of the differences between 830.1 jail depths and then correctional officers and some of the differential timelines with BSCC. And I thought those were well taken and would like to conform the proposed regulation before we send it out to comment along that. I did take a look at, just very quickly, because I know there had been some concern from several of our commissioners about our authority over probation officers, and Manny, as always, had it right at the last meeting that BSCC has the statutory authority over probation, and so the development of standards for selection and training for those probation officers is with BSCC, and so there really isn't anything that Post can do because it is not in our bailiwick. The only possibility would be down the road if there was a probation department that wanted to join as a post-participating agency, then theoretically that would give us some additional authority. But so far we don't have any probation departments that are post-participating agencies. As I'm sure you'll hear from advisory, there were some very interesting comments that were made there. Sheriff Honey, for instance, said that he believed that the marshal should more properly be in the RBC area than in the SIBC area. And as I had mentioned to him, in trying to categorize each of these positions into one of the three buckets, RBC, SIBC, or 832, there are some positions that it just wasn't a clean cut one way or the other, and I had to make a judgment call. His belief was marshals are more appropriately RBC. I did look at a couple of the, I think there's only a few of them left in the state. And in looking at job descriptions for some of those marshal agencies, I think he may have a point. RBC may be more appropriate for marshal than the SIBC classification. So in any event, the intention is, and I know the Kern County is here to talk about some of the issues with respect to park rangers. There was a little bit of discussion yesterday in advisory about the continuing questions about whether or not there is any viability or whether or not we should amend or change in the regulation. One of the concerns that I have, which I've addressed, is that some of the agencies are using peace officer power classifications to make their appointments granting these individuals peace officer status based on the stipulations in the codes that they are peace officers if their primary duty is to engage in a set of functions which is very broad-based. For example, the enforcement of the law and protection of persons and property within their jurisdictions, which seems RBC-ish to me. And so we have seen, though, some entities that would like to make those rather broad appointment authorities and yet restrict some of the authority in the particular case. That could be a statewide problem if we had different agencies doing it in different ways. But so looking at whether or not there might be some limited authority or, for instance, with certain park rangers, outfits throughout the state, there have been some of them which have decided they're going to go away from park police and go more toward a park ranger position, and the appointment would be under the public officer position. So again, various things, all the feedback that we've gotten has been very valuable. The idea is that we would take all this feedback, put it out for public comment, get that additional public comment feedback, and then bring it all back to the commission at our meeting early next year.
Thank you, Mr. Darden. Kern County, could identify yourself, sir?
Hello. I'm Commander Augie Moreno with the Kern County Sheriff's Office. Director Alvarez, members of the Post Commission, thank you for the opportunity to speak today regarding the proposed changes to Post Regulation 1005. As you may recall, we spoke before this board approximately 2 years ago about the integration of PC 832 positions into the Kern County Sheriff's Office. At that time, we were working to bring nearly 40 park ranger positions under our supervision, classified as PC 832. The County of Kern requested this transition due to concerns about a lack of oversight, accountability, policies, and personnel operating outside the scope of their classification. Unfortunately, the changes being proposed today do not address the core issues we're seeing across the state with the 832 classification. In fact, they risk making the situation worse by pushing these personnel back into the independent agencies with even less oversight. If these changes are adopted, Kern County would be forced to consider removing park rangers from the sheriff's office and designating them as a non-post participating agency. While we know this is not the intention of the proposed changes before you today, and Post is still working on carve-outs for other classifications, this change can have unforeseen consequences to programs throughout the state if enacted. Post's own draft correctly states that peace officer powers should not be exercised unless the officer completes training equivalent to the degree of authority they will exercise. Kern County agrees. Our park rangers are a limited duty program by design and policy, and we are here to advocate for an appropriate post-auditable standard, not a blanket requirement that eliminates the program. Across California, many agencies utilize PC 832 personnel, ranging from water districts and airport police to detentions deputies, probation officers, and even lifeguards. Rather than distancing these roles from Post, we should be working to bring them under Post oversight to ensure they operate within the law and maintain a limited law enforcement capacity as they were designed to accomplish. To be precise, these are limited duty park rangers whose mission is the protection of park property and preservation of the peace within, which is different than generalized patrol policing. Before we absorbed the park rangers, they were engaging in activities far beyond their scope of duty. They were conducting vehicle pursuits, enforcing laws countywide, and more. We put a stop to that. Under our supervision, they now operate strictly within their legal authority. We've implemented direct supervision by sheriff's sergeants and senior deputies, added training, equipped them with body-worn cameras, and made sure they adhere to our policies. We recognize that there are legitimate concerns with the 832 classification statewide. That's why we've taken proactive steps to address them. In Kern County, we've expanded the academy from only 64 hours to 360 hours. We've implemented a 10-week field training officer program. We've prohibited general law enforcement activities. We've prohibited any enforcement outside their assigned areas. And we've prohibited off-duty peace officer authority. We've banned Code 3 responses, vehicle pursuits, and complex felony investigations. And we provided ongoing training and supervision. Post-draft also emphasizes that officers without an RBC may not engage in general law enforcement duties or uniform patrol duties. Kern County is already structured exactly that way. Rangers are purpose-built for parks and facilities with an enhanced academy, formal FTO, and clear prohibitions on general policing functions. The practical effect of the proposed regulation is counter to post's public safety goals. Agencies will be pressured to withdraw limited duty personnel from post participating structures to avoid an RBC mandate that does not match their duties. That reduces standardized training oversight, supervision, and accountability mechanisms, exactly the conditions that created the statewide problems we're all trying to fix. We're also aware of PC 831.4, which would allow sheriff's offices to implement armed security officers to enforce infractions only. However, many of the issues our park rangers handle are misdemeanors, not infractions. Consider this. Many agencies represented here today have officers participating in regional task forces that include probation officers being assigned to that unit. These officers often only have 189 hours of STC training, plus the 64-hour PC 832 course. Yet they assist with search warrants, surveillance, and home entries. But if this regulation passes, a park ranger who is converted to the 831.4 classification wouldn't even be able to arrest a boater under the influence while wearing a swimsuit or cite someone for alcohol possession in a park. Additionally, detentions deputies in some counties who have STC core training along with the PC 832 course can author search warrants and track down and arrest escapees and other people involved with the escaped inmate. Yet in Kern County, a park ranger would have to call a deputy sheriff to arrest a trespasser in a county building, or if we were to convert them to the PC 831.4 classification. We're not criticizing other roles. We're just pointing out that California already allows job-specific training under post. When officers have limited duties and are closely supervised, the state has supported more focused training. Kern County is asking post to continue the same approach here. Kern County believes in this program. We've demonstrated that the 832 classification can be used responsibly and effectively within a post agency. We're eager to work with you to develop a model that the state can be proud of. We invite you to visit our program or send post auditors to evaluate our compliance. We're open to additional training recommendations, audits, and even further limitations of their authority. If post concern is controlled 832 only deployments, the answer is not to push these roles outside post. The answer is to create a statewide limited duty standard that keeps them inside post, where they can be audited, supervised, and constrained. Kern County is prepared to be a pilot site and provide curriculum, FTO outlines, policy restrictions, and audit access. But requiring a full regular basic course would dismantle this program, or worse, drive it back into the shadows outside of post oversight. We would struggle with recruitment and retention, considering several agencies offer attractive sign-on bonuses, including our own department for RBC trained officers. Additionally, it would not be cost-effective to hire deputies solely to address quality of life issues in the park. Park rangers play an important role in our community as they help us address issues that other departments might otherwise overlook. Our request is narrow. Add a carve-out for limited duty, non-general law enforcement 832 programs operating under a post-participating agency when the agency can demonstrate enhanced basic training beyond the basic PC 832 baseline, structured FTO, written restrictions against general law enforcement and uniform patrol duties, active supervision and accountability, and clear parameters around weapons, off-duty authority consistent with post intent. To avoid disruption to the current status of agencies that run PC 832 peace officers, we ask that the carve-outs be included in the regulation or that a vote be postponed until the other issues are resolved. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I welcome any questions or concerns that you may have.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Comments or questions on this issue from the commission?
Just one brief comment. I
Go ahead.
appreciate all of Post's work on this and the continued work and getting the feedback. And I look forward to the product that we can have a robust conversation when we come back in March.
What else? All right. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you for making the trip. The next item is the kind of an annual report on the quality assessment program. It's an annual report that I have actually pursued for several years. I've long questioned the return on investment of this program, as some of you know, which is budgeted at almost $700,000. Frankly, I remain unsatisfied with the inability to come up with some convincing metric of fiscal and outcome efficacy other than noting the numbers of courses reviewed and found wanting, which seems to be in the range of 10 to 20%. But at this time, I'd recommend we pass on a verbal report. The report is limited and it is in the agenda, and we can all read it there. And also in the hope that QAP may be of use in burgeoning efforts to create a compliance and accountability bureau, as well as in efforts to enhance and enforce instructor performance and conduct, which we will discuss shortly. So I don't think there's a need for a report at this time unless anyone has any questions. Seeing none, we'll move on to a report on the certification and decertification update. Certification Bureau Chief Michelle Weiler and Professional Conduct Central Bureau Chief Christine Ford will report. As you know, the report is in the agenda and, as always, is full of illuminating data. Chiefs Weiler and Ford will offer brief remarks and be available for questions. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. So I'm just going to run through this really quickly since you guys are used to seeing this by now. I know we do have two new commissioners. I'll briefly explain what some of these are. So on the right-hand side, you'll see a box that says total AOS, 6,476. That's the number of separations we've had. So AOS stands for Affidavit of Separation. Per SB 2, it's now required that agencies provide that when somebody separates from the agency to explain why they are separating. This number includes retirements and resignations in good standing, resignations to lateral to a different department, as well as terminations. So you'll see, and these are year-to-date numbers. Appointments approved, the purple box on the middle bottom left there, that is a total number as well that includes not only peace officers who are coming into the profession brand new out of the academy, but also peace officers who are lateraling from another agency because they are a new appointment to an agency. So that is also going to be a mixed number there. I'm not sure how familiar you guys are with the difference between a proof of eligibility or basic certificate. I like to kind of use the general analogy that proof of eligibility is like a driver's permit and the basic certificate is like your driver's license. So these numbers will generally change as peace officers complete their probationary status and earn their basic certificates.
They did a great job.
The next slide, just so you can see, I want to explain where some of these numbers, the temporary suspensions removed. We issue temporary suspensions at the discretion of the executive director under certain caveats, which I'm sure you were explained to you, but we also have to then remove them for not only when it's withdrawn by the executive director, but also when we move to make a revocation action. We remove the suspension and replace that with the revocation action. So you'll see that number there. And then the revocations by year include default revocations, any revocation actions moved forward by the commission, as well as default revocations. Please let me know if you need an explanation of that. Otherwise, I will move on as well. And then the next slide, couple of slides are demographic numbers, just so you can see a comparison of by gender, age distribution, and years of service and ethnicity. And then go one more slide. Chris, can we move forward? Oh, there we go, perfect. These next couple of slides are demographic data based on college education. We are still working on a prior request from both the advisory board and the commissioners to do a deep dive on the data that we do have on education data. These are preliminary information. We are still working on diving into breaking down, some college. What does that mean? Is it AOT experience getting college credit? Is it people who are attending some college and not completing their degrees? Is it a combination of both? We're working on that. We're probably going to come up with a sample size, ideally of 2,000 for you, hopefully by the March commission meeting. Based on our preliminary data, we feel that that is sufficient to extrapolate out to the 80,000 officers. So far, the patterns are looking very similar. So we think that's a good number to extrapolate.
Oh, Ms. Ford.
Good morning. I'm not going to go over the slides unless you have a specific question to address due to time. So if I'm happy to answer any questions you may have about the statistics.
Particular questions? Everyone's used to going over these reports and knows that post staff is always available to field questions, not just at these meetings, but at any time. If there are no further comments or questions, we thank you for continuing fascinating data and dashboard. And thank you very much for the report.
Commissioner Nieto,
Commissioner
real
Nieto.
quick. I do have a question to the director. Has Post put anything out to the media? Because when we first started publishing these reports, they took the numbers and skewed it and said, you know, thousands and thousands of officers are really bad. But now we've leveled out. We're seeing just a little over 2,000 a year. Have we done any press releases? So hopefully the media might put something out that it wasn't the problem that, so the public knows, I guess, more than anything.
Thank you, Commissioner Nieto. We have not put out any press releases or press conferences, so to speak. We have had a number of interviews that were done with members of the press. I know Anne Marie sat with a member of the press from San Diego for several hours going over the numbers for a published report. So we're answering those questions as they come in. Generally, it's a Public Records Act request, or it comes through our Office of Public Affairs for clarification or information, but we have not put anything out formally. Unless, Anne Marie, is there anything else in that regard? Sorry to get you cold.
So not formally as just generated by Post to broadly speak to the numbers, but what we've been doing is routinely, our Office of Public Affairs gets questions from major media outlets about how to interpret the data that we have on our website. Something that I think is probably the best depiction of what we're doing is the legislative annual report that we put together every year that gets published. And it also gets published on our website. And that really balances the intake numbers, as you said, those voluminous, you know, allegations versus outcomes. And so that we publish every year. At the end of the year, it usually doesn't get approved from the administration until sometime in February, but we'll make that available to you in March, and that gets posted on the Post website. We direct media to that comprehensive report, and I think it is probably the more detailed information about what's going on with the program. Yeah. Thanks for the question.
Thank you. If I may ask, I know Christine Ford just stepped back, but one of the questions that you all have had of us is what about non-agency reporting and what we're doing about those agencies that haven't reported? I know it's in Christine's presentation. Christine, could you just hit on some of that real quickly as to what we have done since the last meeting?
Sure, I'd be happy to.
Sorry to do that.
In October of 2025, we did identify 186 agencies that either involve zero reporting or lower than average reporting based on their agency size. So we did require that 60 of those agencies respond back to Post to verify that what they had on their records were in fact what they sent to Post. So we're in that process. 40 of those have already returned with their results, and we're still working on the remaining 20 for response.
Christine, if I may, can you also address those non-reporting agencies, who they are primarily?
Sure,
I mean, not by name, but.
Sure. Out of the 186, 60 of those were our traditional law enforcement agencies, and the remainder of 126 were our non-traditional, which would be our rail yards, our, maybe parks, DA offices and so forth, so.
Commissioner Terrio, are any of those agencies over size of 100 sworn?
No.
There was originally one agency that was like 99, and we've since corresponded with that agency and we've received reports. Yeah. Something else, Chairperson Long, if I may.
Please.
So something that was before this commission, and we talked about it at multiple commission meetings, is publishing this information. about agency reporting, zero reporting, confirmation that they have no reports to report, and whether or not that's something we want to revisit in terms of just the basic reporting that would appear on the post data warehouse to, if nothing else, provide transparency about agency reporting. So that's something that's before you that we can do, especially now that we've corresponded with the agency to confirm that our data is accurate. I think that shows that Post isn't hiding the ball, that it is what it is, that some of these very small agencies who don't do traditional policing may not have something to report because they're not policing the community. They have very specialized functions that don't interact with the public regularly. So it stands to reason they may not have something to report, but that we've now confirmed our data is accurate. So it's the will of the commission as to whether that's a report that you would like to see published.
According to Anne Marie's point, so those 40 agencies that you already heard back from, those were all confirmed that their data was accurate, either zero or low numbers was in fact true.
Correct. Yeah. And I think Commissioner Braun has spoken to the fact that she has zero reports from her agency, and she's happy to confirm and verify. I don't want to speak for you, Commissioner Braun, but that wouldn't be something that would necessarily be seen as a failure to comply or a negative connotation regarding the agency itself, but that some agencies that don't have that volume of peace officers have not had reporting of serious misconduct. So again, it's just something to consider whether or not you want this to be a regular public report.
Mr. Braun?
Sorry. Correct. I did respond, I believe.
You did.
Confirming. I hope I did. But I do understand that it might not be received as well for other agencies to have that information made public. In my community, I think it would be verification of the relationship that we have with our community, that we don't have complaints, that we're very open and transparent about how we interact with our community. But I don't want to make my experience be the decision for everybody else. So I think it would be the will of the commission as to if that was something that we want to make public. I do think that there should be some, and I know that it's beyond our scope, some sort of teeth to the holding people accountable. And I don't know how we get to doing that. There's lots of things that we are mandated to do, but there's no teeth to it to make us do it. So I don't know how we get there.
Commissioner Doran, I'll just add to, I think depends how that information is presented, would be a big factor in voting on that. I think the low numbers, if it's not explained that it's a small agency, the public might interpret that as still being a failure of the agency to report and as if they were trying to hide something. So I think that could be a concern is being able to educate the public members that it is a small agency and that's why the numbers are so low or zero.
Thank you for your comment, Commissioner Doring. It would absolutely show the size of the agency, the number of full-time peace officers employed, the number of reports received.
And if I could, so of the 186 low and no reporting, 60 you determined were your typical law enforcement agencies, and of them you said 40 were you came to the conclusion was appropriate. What about the other third of that?
20. We're still working with the other 20 to determine whether or not there is discrepancy in our records or whether we're just not getting a response.
The timeline on that, roughly?
They were to respond by the end of November, so.
Commissioner Gordon? Just two comments on the other 100 and some odd agencies that were not the traditional. What kind of outreach has been done to them? Because I know, with SB2, this is a whole new world for them as being part of this reporting process. So I'm just curious what outreach has been done with them. And I think part of that goes back to our other conversation that we had earlier today, because it's not just about training standards and that piece, but there's all sorts of reporting requirements. So, with contacting them and the various responses, are they actually aware of that? And what are we doing to actually make sure that they're reporting?
Well, I can comment on the beginning of SB2. I know we sent out letters to some of these agencies that were our non-traditional, especially non-post agencies. We notified them about Senate Bill 2 and walked them through the process. And annually, we will send a letter out to their agency head advising about the reporting. So this one, again, I think as we whittle down that number, I think that phone calls and emails would be appropriate also.
Routine. Some of the agencies, I'll just continue on Christine's thought. You know, some of the more remote agencies way up north, some of our Central Valley agencies, I know Southern California, we don't seem to have the same issue. But our bureau chiefs routinely pull reports and reach out to agencies that we haven't received reports from. We also are still doing the ongoing Senate Bill 2 training, if you will. So it's not uncommon for us to get requests from remote agencies who probably got letters very early on, but still don't completely understand the full scope of what their responsibilities are. And we will drive 4 or 5 hours and go do presentations to a group of 10 or 15, just to make sure that they understand their responsibilities. So that grassroots campaign, if you will, is still ongoing, where we're constantly reaching out to some of those more remote, smaller agencies that may not have had representation early on.
I appreciate that. And I would just hope with the 120 or whatever, so that it is that versus just letters, we know those letters don't always make it to the right person, that there is personal contact.
Usually through the bureau chief, yes.
You know, and making sure, because I understand they're not, you know, traditional law enforcement agencies as we would normally, but I do think it's important that we not just check the box for those 80 that you're talking about, but we check the box for, or those 60, we check the box for all of them. And my other thing, just to, on Commissioner Doran's comment, if we move forward with the accountability piece on the website, you know, not everyone is educated, not everyone will read it the same way. And I do not want to create harm for an organization that is doing everything right and creating suspicion just because they don't have any. So I just would be really cautious about how we put that out publicly. I mean, that may be, you know, something that is discussed here, but if we just put that on the website openly available, you know, I do want to make sure that that messaging is done correctly in a way that people could actually hear it. So
I would like to agree with Commissioner Gordon on that point. I think right now, I'd rather not, I don't think it's would be wise to move ahead with a decision on this right now. I'd rather wait until March and see what, as Commissioner Gordon talked about, those other 100 and whatever it was, 26 reporting agencies and so forth. And I think we need some additional discussion on this, because I do think the thing, as much as I've been a proponent of very mild shaming to try to get people to report, I think this could easily be taken the wrong way and push us actually backwards if we were to do that right now. Just my opinion. Other comments? Commissioner Doran?
Sure, just to point out, I don't know if this would be feasible for staff, and I don't want to put more work on staff, but could we maybe bring back a sample in March of what that would look like for the public dashboard so we can make comments on that?
Absolutely. Thank you.
So if we did it, it'd be in the report of an annual report. We'd come out with that, because a lot of people don't read it.
Yeah.
That's a simple fact. I mean,
Right.
so that's the tough part with that. But to me, a lot of these agencies have a father or mother somewhere with county, obviously a sheriff's office, you've got a board of soups, city of a city council or mayor. So if we also thought about maybe reaching out to them too, to get some downward pressure on them, that might be an idea.
Thank you, Commissioner Cooper. We haven't gone that route yet, but that absolutely is a possibility. We've been trying to work with the agencies to develop hopefully a collaborative relationship. One thing we don't want to do is create a stalemate where we're not receiving reports when there's reports to be received. So trying to work with the agency head has been our strategy at this point, but absolutely that's something we can consider.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sure.
Bill, I think was next.
Yeah, a couple last things for me. One, I think it's important in the annual report to list the steps we're doing. So we are doing and same thing we talked about, Commissioner Doring, here's an explanation of why they might be low, but here's what we're doing to make sure that we're getting information. I also support Commissioner Cooper's idea. particularly with the ones that are not traditional law enforcement. Their governing bodies may not know that there's an SB2 requirement for their agency. That may alert them that maybe they need to rethink what they're doing potentially. It also spills over into the 832 stuff that we're dealing with and all that. So I think it's a really good idea to try to educate the government.
I think of interest, there's a fair amount of those agencies that are state agencies that hire investigators. So it would be working with the state agency heads, but thank you.
Sweet, that'd be fun. Can some of us volunteer to go? I think only two of us can go, right? Is it only two of us can go at a time? Okay, I volunteer for that one. I think Kelly might want to go too. Commissioner Gordon might want to go.
Me too.
Commissioner Cooper mentioned, putting pressure on it, and I agree, but I just want to remind the commission that a sheriff's a independently elected statewide person, and so the Board of Supervisors would not be the proper way to go about it. You could put public pressure on them, whatever, but a Board of Supervisor does not have operational control over a sheriff's office. For a city manager, that would work because you work under, with cities, how they're chartered. You work as a chief, and I've been both, so you work for them.
My bad.
Commissioner Braun, just out of curiosity, because we do have the public reporting to post, have you found instances where you've received a public report from, and then followed up with an agency and they're like, oh, sorry, were we supposed to report that?
Have, and Bureau Chief Sarah Wallace was going to come up and discuss, because in the stats, there's a whole section on public reporting. So I think primarily what we see in our stats is, for the most part, when we receive a public complaint, I would say 60% of the time, we've already received what we consider an AMR, an agency misconduct report. However, 40% of the time, and I could be off a little, but that's probably somewhere in the ballpark, we've received the public complaint before the agency has submitted the initial, complaint charge or allegation. Our job then is to contact the agency and let the agency know we've received the public complaint and get information from them. They are extremely responsive. So we have not seen, a substantial number of cases where we send them correspondence that says a public complaint has been submitted regarding one of your officers and they fail to respond. They are extremely responsive in following up with a supplemental notice and giving us whatever information they have. They haven't always investigated that, either because they didn't get the complaint originally and now this is kind of the initiation, or they're in the process of investigating it when the public member has submitted their report. So whether or not that means they didn't meet the 10-day requirement of complaint charge or allegation, there's probably some merit to that. But in terms of them having a completed IA and failing to submit a final report, I don't think that's what we're seeing. So there's some stats in your documents that speak to the public complaints and what we're seeing from the agency side of it when we reach out and say, hey, we've got this complaint on a member of your agency.
Just to add to that, sorry. Good morning. My name is Sarah Wallace. I'm the Bureau Chief for Intake and Disposition Bureau. In addition to what Anne-Marie just reported, we're looking at a way to fine tune our statistical reporting data so that we can provide more information to the Commission and the Advisory Board relating to what types of allegations we're getting coming from the public, what the agency is actually saying, and what the final disposition ends up being on our side. The majority of our public complaints are being closed as not serious misconduct, but we want to try to break that down further for you as well. And we're hoping to have that next year.
That's great. And that's something obviously you would include in the report.
Yes.
That we would like to see. And it goes to validate the agencies that aren't making reports, that you don't have public reports on that, because if people felt that they weren't getting the answers that they wanted from their local agency when they filed a complaint, then there is a next step. And that's part of the outreach and education camp that we could do, to let people know, if you feel like you aren't getting the results that you need, that you can bring that to Post, and that Post will follow up with the agency. And it's good that we have that.
The peace officers are pretty detailed statistics when it comes to public complaints. I mean, it makes sense. They want to know kind of how we're responding to the general public. The one thing that's important to them, and I think you will see as well, is when we have an action before this body, you will know whether that was generated originally from a public complaint or an agency misconduct report, because that will tie our outcomes to the initiation of the investigation, if you will. So that will also be something that we'll be adding to the information you receive.
Any further comment, questions for anyone? And we will thank you as always. Look forward to a report in March, which will encompass the breadth of the questions here on the reporting issues and what to do about it. All right. Thank you very much. Next up is a brief report on contract expenditures. Administrative Services Bureau Cheryl Smith will report. I think we could just, if we can get the, presumably going to put up the chart of the contract expenditures, and we'll see if there's any comments or questions from any of the commissioners on that chart.
Tobias, if you could go to the contract expenditure slide, it's towards the end. Next slide. Here. Jeff, did you want to talk about the 250 and up contracts?
250 and up. Just wanted to air out, especially for our new commissioners, that will be asked to report or to vote on these contracts in March. But for now, you can get a sense of what the contracts are and where we are in terms of executing them.
This is a list by bureau of the current contracts that the commission approved that are 250 and above. The commission approved over $26 million in contracts. We've executed a little over 23 million in contracts. So far, we've only invoiced about 5 million. So there's a balance of about 18.5 million that has not been used yet. Does anybody have questions in regards to any of these contracts?
Just as a taking off place for our new commissioners, which will be asked to vote on in March, are essentially these same contracts. So it's good to get a basic familiarity with them at this point. So that's it for contract expenditures. I think we can pass on the report on year-to-date expenditures. That's available. The chart is available if anyone would like to take a look at that. And our last consent item then would be a report on the legislative update. Legislative Liaison Megan Polis will report on the end of the legislative year, as well as to what extent former Assembly Member Cooper is missed over there.
Good morning still. The legislature concluded their session in September, and the governor signed or vetoed bills by mid-October. This is the end of the first year of a 2-year session. I always like to remind everyone of that because a lot of bills and ideas that were not seen or heard or finished this last session will be continued in the next session. So stay tuned. January is right around the corner. So I only have a few bills to share with you today that are of significance to post. The first bill is Assembly Bill 354 by Assemblymember Rodriguez. This bill allows post access to CLETS-derived information for the purposes of criminal history information, criminal offender record information, criminal justice information, and other information as prescribed for the purposes of carrying out its duties. The bill was signed by the governor and is effective immediately. We saw that all about mid-session. Assembly Bill 400 by Assemblymember Pacheco. This bill is related to police canines. I know we were all watching this bill very closely, and it changed pretty drastically right towards the end of session, and that bill was vetoed. I imagine that this topic will continue to be seen. Assembly Bill 992 by Assemblymember Irwin. So this bill expands opportunities for peace officers to meet education requirements as were outlined previously in Assembly Bill 89 a few years ago. It fixes the error of and or that had caused a lot of consternation, and it extends the timeline for achieving education requirements by January 1 of 2031. There was some conversation yesterday or comments made by the advisory committee about the need to still have education, even though anyone prior to 2031 is grandfathered into this. I just wanted to point out that the community colleges did comply with AB 89 and created that modern policing degree program, and it is in effect today for anyone that wishes to take that degree program. And that post still has its advanced certificate program that is an incentive for any officer to continue their education. AB 992 also contains specifics as to how those with out-of-state or military experience have the opportunity to waive some of those education requirements. That bill was signed, and again, it becomes effective January 1 of 2031. And I emphasize that because we've been getting a lot of questions from the field as to how some of this bill will be implemented. And I just ask for everyone's patience. We have some time to figure it out. The last bill I want to bring up is Senate Bill 385 by Senator Sayarto. This bill was brief but important because it repeals the requirement that the Post Commission adopt the recommendations in the original Community College Chancellor's Office report as outlined in AB 89. And that bill was signed and became effective immediately. As always, I'm happy to answer any questions, and I look forward to telling you all the details of what comes out in March.
Commissioner Moodian.
For AB 992, would it require the individual community college districts to adopt the policing degree program? How exactly would that work?
So the community colleges have already developed the degree program. I'm not sure the specifics as to like what they're requiring their individual colleges to adopt. But I know that their academic senate has already sent out what that curriculum looks like. Sure.
Commissioner Terrio, what's the pathway for Post if the entity wants to sponsor legislation?
If Post wants to sponsor legislation, we have to go through the governor's office to do that.
How does that work?
There is a process to do what they call proposed legislation. The deadline has already passed. It's usually in early November that we'd have to submit something for approval.
Something was to come from, when would be a good timeline? Obviously, the deadline's passed for this legislative session, but in the future, like what would be the timelines for that?
Usually we start right at the end of session if there's ideas to be proposed or discussed.
Or you can find a member to carry it for you.
Well, as you know, Sheriff, that's a little bit more tumultuous than Governor's office. That's why I'm asking, but I appreciate that. What about, has there been any thought process to giving peace officer powers to Post investigators?
That I'm not familiar with as far as an idea to be discussed.
Well, Chair, what would be the process for that, or maybe the executive director?
Yeah, Marie's gonna.
Yeah, thanks, Commissioner Terrio. We have discussed the idea of providing peace officer power to our law enforcement consultants, if that's what you mean, the ones that do the investigations for Senate Bill 2. Okay, yes. We have discussed that. It would require a legislative solution. It would also require a host of personnel changes. They would become safety retirement, so it'd be an increase in retirement costs. It would also require them to have to meet the physical, psychological component of being a peace officer, in addition to us perhaps having qualification requirements. So they'd have to qualify, be able to carry a weapon. Potentially, you could do a You could do a peace officer classification, non-firearms. As you probably know, there's plenty of state agencies that are in the penal code that are peace officer powers, non-firearms, so that is an option. And I'd like to add, there is support for that out there. When we testified at budget hearings about some of our hiring challenges, because of, and primarily that's the retirement system, people can't double dip, they can't go back into CalPERS, so it creates a lack of incentive for us to bring former law enforcement people into a non-law enforcement position when they can't continue to collect their retirement. That was one of the solutions that was actually brought up by the legislature is, okay, have you thought about incentivizing that recruitment? There are some challenges, and we'd have to look at whether the people that we currently have employed would even qualify or could qualify to be basically transitioned to a peace officer classification. But it is a consideration. We've discussed it at length, and there is a probability to it.
I appreciate that. I just think that's something that posts should strive to, and it should, I mean, I understand there's challenges, there always are, but
Yeah.
it's something that should be pushed towards, because quite frankly, the scenario could easily be created where a post goes to an agency and or is investigating officer or officers, and they run into loggerheads with trying to get information or something worse. And again, they would not have the authority to do a great deal of things, and that's a problem. And it's not it wouldn't solve the issues that, or not issues, but things that were created from SB2. So it just seems like it's a better problem to tackle now, and then to wait to continue, obviously, deal with the issues that will come from personnel to have to go back through later on down the line. It just seems like something that should be addressed as soon as possible. And I understand the timelines for the governor's office and all that. I just think that that's a thing that needs to be taken seriously, and just conversations that I've had from some folks and staff. I think that's some of the issue and rotation of people coming here. Obviously, you already touched on that and the why on that, and then also retention, and keeping the best folks up. And also, I will say it's a scheme, and I mean scheme in a bad way, but scheme used in other states is very similar. If you look around, it's a normal thing. And again, when we don't do things that other states do, again, this is how we even got SB2 in the first place.
Mr. Executive Director.
So thank you, Anne Marie, and thank you, Commissioner Terrio, for the question. We have had a lot of discussion and debate at times internally. We've essentially told some of our staff members that we intended to kind of tackle it, make some final decisions as to what we should and shouldn't be doing in 2026. There are definitely some reasons for it. The pension and the salary is probably not the reason for us to be doing it. We are doing a lot more field work than we ever anticipated. As you will hear with the cases this afternoon, some of the LECs are out there doing interviews, out in the field, knocking on doors at times. And there have been some that have raised some concerns about them not having the ability to serve as a peace officer when they do those things. With that comes, some significant challenges for us from a policy perspective that we would have to tackle. One, who would oversee us if we have our own standards that we have to adhere to, all the regulatory standards. And then obviously with that comes liability issues and firearms and all of that. So we know that that would be difficult for us to tackle. At the same time, we know that there are a lot of, you see them on the charts, peace officer agencies that don't perform peace officer functions, that don't carry firearms, that don't drive vehicles. And I think we have gone above and beyond what some of those entities do in terms of going out in the field and doing work. So we definitely understand all of that. So I think the best way for us to answer the question is we promised some of our staff members that we would try to tackle this in 2026. And then if it has to go to the legislature, we do think that there is probably some positive reception there because it's come up in the past.
And could I clarify your opening statement that you said that you think that the pension is not the reason to, I wasn't clear what you were saying.
I don't know if that would be the reason why we would do it, to try to hire more people or to make it more attractive for people to come here. I think it's the job function and what we're actually doing now, which is what is the primary reason to do it. Not, gee, if we could do, a different pension, we were going to get a lot more applicants. That would not be the reason, I think, to do it. It'd be more what we're actually doing out in the field.
Questions or comments? Thank you, Commissioner Terrio. With that, we will move to voting items. The Basic Training Bureau. There are proposed amendments to Commission Reg 1005. These amendments are clarifying and conforming changes to the basic course waiver. If the commission concurs, the staff recommendation is to approve the proposed changes. Law enforcement consultant Michael Marshall will report. Are there any questions? I believe, have I accurately described these changes as technical and conforming?
Yes.
Would you like to add a little bit to that, and we'll see if we have a motion?
All right. Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. On October 1st, 2023, Post adopted a second attempt at the requalification course test out option for the basic course waiver process. However, the proposed change overlooked the regulatory time limits set for each step of the process and created a conflict. In June 2025, staff proposed changes to the waiver program, which the commission approved, except for the removal of the second attempt to allow staff to work on a solution without removing the allowance. Today, I'm presenting the solution to the conflict in time limits. Currently, step 3 of the waiver process outlined in Commission Regulation 1005 allows an applicant who fails a requalification course or test out option to take the course again within 12 months of the date of failure. The 12-month allowance conflicts with the 6 months they have in regulation to complete step 3 of the process. The proposed changes clean up the discrepancy while still allowing the ability to repeat step 3 of the basic course waiver process and clarifies time limits. The conflicting 12 additional months an applicant was given to repeat step 3 establishes a 30-day window for the applicant to request to repeat step 3 after a failure, creates a process for Post to notify applicants in writing if they are approved to repeat step 3. Lastly, implements a new 180-day time limit to repeat step 3, which is consistent with the other steps of the basic course waiver process. Thank you for your time. I'm here for any other questions.
Your comments or a motion?
Move Purcell.
Or a second?
Second, Braun.
For new commissioners, Moody and Dugan, to move the agenda along, I often will ask if there's objections, unanimous consent. If it appears to be an item on which there is no concerns or no comments, just to move it along, this would seem to be one of those items. So we have a motion and a second. I would ask, is there objection to unanimous consent on this item? And seeing none, the motion would carry. Thank you, Mr. Marshall. The next item is a report on amendment to Commission Regulation 1004, the Reserve Field Training Officer exemption for private university public safety departments. This change was first proposed by Stanford. And if the commission concurs, the staff recommendation is to approve the changes in the staff report. Stephen Crawford will report.
Thank you, Chair, Commissioners. I'll make this brief. We were contacted by the Santa Clara Sheriff's Department in essence, and for the new commissioners, the field training program is regulated by Regulation 1004. And there's some other regulations that kind of tie into this. Excuse me. But in essence, the Santa Clara Sheriff's Department employs or appoints level 1 reserves that work for a private university. So in this case, Santa Clara's level 1s work full time for the Stanford Department of Public Safety. And the other department is the Stockton Police Department, which employs level 1s at the University of Pacific. So what they're finding is they're having difficulty keeping the officers trained. And again, both of these primary participating agencies have memorandums of understandings with the private universities. The problem is the lack of training, the lack of field training officers, and so forth. The request was sent in for us to try to come up with a solution. We looked at their certificate side, so there is a little bit of a conundrum here. In the regulation 1202 on the certificates, it requires them to be a full-time peace officer in order to obtain a basic certification status or certificate. Conversely, regulation 1004 says they have to have a basic certificate, so they can't get one without the other because of their status. So in looking at this, we were not going to make any deviation from the 1202 certificate side, but we did come up with a remedy to specifically address these two departments to facilitate their training, to hopefully encourage the promotion of the continued training without reducing any of the current standards. And with that, I'll be glad to accept any questions. Anybody has any?
Questions, comments? Commissioner Gordon?
So I just want to be clear, we're saying that someone that's a reserve with 1 year of experience could be an FTO under this proposed?
So what we did, Commissioner, is in essence, there's a criteria of 5 that establishes in the regulation 1004 who can become an FTO. We're adding an exemption in there. And if you look in the packet, we specifically laid it out, and I can go over it with you if you like. But we're going to have them, the proposal was to basically do a carve-out exemption. So for example, those that are level 1 officers with Stockton Police Department who are employed by the University of Pacific, they will submit, we created a process. They'll submit a letter to the director with their name, information, post ID, et cetera, explaining or requesting to be an FTO. When they meet all the other requirements, that we're not reducing the requirements in any other way other than saying that they would, they just don't have their basic certificate. So they would have to adhere to all the current standards in 1004. And I will point out that most of these officers at University of Pacific and even Santa Clara Sheriff's Department, has come up in other presentations, these are per se new officers. A lot of these are laterals, or they actually came from the immediate area. And just by coincidence, they never got their basic certificate before they went to the university side. But once they went into the university program, they're not eligible to get their basic certificate. So it created a conundrum that we don't deal with a lot because to our knowledge, there's only 2 places in the state that do this, and these are the ones that I mentioned previously.
What I'm looking at is in the attachment for 1004.
Yes, ma'am.
Under 4B, it says have a minimum of 1 year of general law enforcement uniform patrol experience.
Yes.
So that is where my concern lies.
Yeah.
Is that I understand a lot of them well exceed that.
Yeah.
But if you're going by what is written, I'm good with the, this carve out, but my concern is if you have someone who's a new reserve and that's all they have is a year.
Yeah.
If you're following the standards that are listed, that is my concern. So my suggestion would be is that there would be, under A, if you're going to carve out this exemption for them, that there should be a longer period of time of law enforcement experience, which they should be able to meet, based on what you're saying. They all come, it doesn't say they have to have a post certificate for this amount of time or anything. I have a concern with the 1 year of general law enforcement uniformed patrol experience.
I understand. Well, in theory, that's all that's required of any agency, even any municipality or any sheriff's department in the state at present. With the carve out that we're trying to do, we were going to have them to pick, again, their roles and responsibilities and promote their additional training for the director to ultimately approve on. But I agree with you in the sense that 1 year does seem very minimal. And we have looked at that in past workshops and subject matter groups with especially I can speak to the last 4 to 6 years with the problems that were inherently created by COVID with hiring, processing of trainees. There was actually people that wanted to reduce that or maybe get away from it. But most places, it generally, I would say it's usually 2 to 4 years, and that's established by MOU. But 1 year it's been the standard since the late 80s when it was enacted.
Like I said, my concern is the 1 year. So in this particular instance, you're talking about reserve officers, you know, and even if you increase that based on what you're saying and what their experience is, they would all be able to meet it. Even if you said 2 years or 3 years, they would meet it. We have the same issues with FTOs and having enough FTOs. You know, I have younger FTOs than I would like, but
Yeah.
but this is where my concern is with only 1 year of general law enforcement uniform experience as a reserve officer. So
Let me ask Ms. Crawford per Commissioner Gordon, would increasing the 1 year to 2 years within your carve out cause a problem?
Well, the problem, I don't know if you'd say it was a problem. What we'd be doing is we'd be enhancing the regulation that we currently have in the process for everywhere else. And so what we tried to do in this was minimalistically take the regulation 1004, address the problems that was brought forward to the commission and have them adhere directly to what's already a standard. So I understand the concern of 1 year, but again, that's if somebody works at LAPD or LA Sheriff's Department, they can have 1 year, and it's there's nothing wrong with that.
Commissioner Nieto?
I understand the carve outs just for, the A part of the section. And the rest of it is online, what we've been doing in post, but my question is, why are we just carving out something for 2 agencies? Because they just requested, and this open the gates to other ones going, why them, not me?
Yeah, that, in essence, we were contacted by both departments, both the Santa Clara Sheriff's Department and eventually the chiefs of both sponsor agencies, Stockton, DPS, and so forth. But yeah, they made requests, and again, it's kind of unique in nature. However, I mean, it's a problem that we can solve. The fact of the matter, for example, Santa Clara Sheriff's Department, again, with staffing and recruiting, they just don't have they always don't have the amenable personnel to provide to Stanford. And so Stanford's like, look, we basically have, and I think we're probably talking about 4 to 6 people that they would impact. But it would provide a solution that without minimizing the structure of the regulation and help them out. So, but yeah, to your point, it is specifically because they ask and we're addressing it.
If I may, oh, I'm sorry.
Commissioner Terry, yeah, I have a problem with what, Sheriff Nieto brought up. And then just in general, it's like, why are we, then this private entity needs to solve their private problem and create their, either create a police force and do that in the right way that is possible, that needs to be done. And I just, again, I understand the why all these things are falling apart and people are trying to find little solutions here and there, but we're not, again, we're just jumping. It's just like the thing with the OES. We're just going to jump over the real problem. And I don't see why we should do that, whether it's Stanford or anyone else.
So,
Mr. Executive Director.
So if I may, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I had conversations with both Stanford Department of Public Safety, the public entity, with their chief, with their captain, as well as with Santa Clara County Sheriff's Department. So the issue there, and I did not talk to Stockton or UOP, is that Santa Clara County Sheriff's Department has a captain that I believe sits at Stanford or oversees Stanford DPS. Their officers are generally, they're all level 1 reserves that are full-time. So the way the chief described it to me is, yeah, no, they are level 1 reserves under Santa Clara County Sheriff's Department. They're in our system as level 1 reserves under Santa Clara. It's been that way for decades. The chief has been there for 20 years. She's completed the regular basic course. She's been a full-time level 1 reserve under Santa Clara County Sheriff's Department. And her rhetorical question to me was, so she cannot serve as a field training officer because she does not have a basic certificate, because level one reserves do not get basics. They get their reserve certificates. So she said, I can't serve as a field training officer, but I can bring somebody in with 1 year of experience as a peace officer who has a basic certificate, and they can serve as a field training officer at Stanford DPS. And the answer is they fall under Santa Clara County Sheriff's Department's field training program that is supervised by Santa Clara County Sheriff's Department and is administered by them. They have brought over, I think she said, 2 officers that have their basic certificates that could, in theory, serve as field training officers, but her captain, who I believe had close to 20 years as well, cannot because of this limitation. So they are the ones that asked for this exemption. The exemption would require them to submit a written request for each individual officer as they want to have a field training officer. So it's not a blanket approval. It's John or Jane Doe wants to serve. They've been a level 1 for this many years. This is their level of training, and they would go through the field training program. They would complete the field training course, all the updates, and they would fall under the supervision of Santa Clara County Sheriff's Department. So that was their proposal. I don't believe it's just going to be those 2. So right now it is, but there are other universities that are private entities that we know are coming to California at some point, or are already here. Obviously, we have one commissioner from Chapman University, and we brought this up yesterday, or who works at Chapman University. There's Northeastern University, I believe, is coming to Alameda County or is setting up a campus there. They have reached out to us in the past. They're out of Boston. They have peace officers in Massachusetts. So this is kind of what this is all about.
Commissioner Nieto, if I may. On a personal note, I don't have issues with doing that if that's the will of the commission. My issue is an issue of equity because we're carving out for a very specific. And I'm going to use an example. I'm bringing on some level 1 reserve people that have 40 years in law enforcement who would make great FTOs, right? So why are we carving out? So it's an equity for me. It's like we either do it for all of them, and then they can submit like you need to as the director to make sure that they meet whatever qualifications the commission wants. But I do have issue with carving out because you get these specific either private universities or other people say, hey, I want an exception for me. Let me equate it to story. You know, when I retire and I don't keep my post certification, do I call the director and say, hey, I want to carve out for me because I've let my certification lapse, but hey, I've got 40 something years in law enforcement. So to me, it's more of an equity.
Understood.
Commissioner Doring, to the sheriff's point, I agree, and that I see the potential for this growing, and that agencies are now going to want to start expanding and using level 1 reserves as FTOs if they can, and we're going to get more exemption requests. So I see this as almost a workaround to the current FTO program, and have concerns about this expanding with other agencies who may have recruitment and retention issues and now try to use this level 1 reserve as a workaround for their FTOs instead of hiring. So there could be some longer term concerns with this.
Mr. Brazil.
Manny, let me make sure I understand this right. The exemption that they're asking for is the ability to send someone to the FTO school that everyone else goes through. They have to pass that school and then they'd be eligible to train as an FTO. Is that really what the exemption is?
Yes. However, I think the letter would come first before they send them to the FTO school.
Right. They'd be asking for an exemption from you for Rick Brazil. I've been with Stanford as a reserve for the sheriff's office for 4 years. They want to send me to FTO school. You give the exemption to go to FTO school like every other FTO. They have to complete the FTO school and then they'd be eligible to train new level 1 reserves at Stanford. Is that accurate?
Correct. The
Okay.
only thing that I would add is Stanford or UOP would not be the entity making the request. It has to come from the sheriff's department or the police department that makes that request for that Stanford DPS or UOP level 1 reserve.
Okay, so the sheriff's making a request to you to allow somebody to go to FTO school. So it's going through the department head or the agency,
Well, and if they complete FTO school to serve.
be
as
able
an
to try
FTO.
to serve as an FTO.
Commissioner Gordon?
I'm gonna hold my comment. Why now? I just, you baited me in, Tina. Because we have conversations, and this is a bigger conversation, I think, in terms of 1005 and those issues that we're trying to resolve. And now we're opening the door wider for other types of police forces, because you're now, I understand they're under, you know, a chief or a sheriff, but now you're taking a complete reserve police unit. But I'm not sure that was ever the intention of a reserve unit. So by creating this exemption, now we're opening the door, you're talking about these other universities, private universities, to do this. I have bigger concerns other than just adding these regulations, I guess is my point.
I have a question. It's more, it goes what Commissioner, so is Stanford contracting for all the level 1 reserves? In other words, does Stanford pay the sheriff's office and the sheriff's office then provides? Is that what they're doing? Or are they basically blessing Stanford to have some kind of, what's the relationship, I guess, between the employees, the folks, guns and badges at Stanford University and the sheriff's office? They get their checks from the sheriff's office? I mean.
No, sir. They, so for, in that particular case, the Stanford DP staff, their checks and everything so forth come from there. They're just using the status of the sheriff's department. In both of these cases, I would admit it's somewhat unique because we typically just don't see this. I mean, I've been doing this a long time, and until I came to post and run across this, I mean, like I had to read this a few times to understand it. At some point in the past, there was memorandums or agreements of letters established by the two for various reasons for the entities locally to support the universities. There is a little precedence in the education code that gives them certain authority, but by having them cloaked by the post-participating agency, it does provide more of a level of basic training and guidance. They do have liaisons and they are required to follow post regulations. So it does set up a system of vetting. Whether this passes or not, I think to your point, Commissioner, this is going to continue. And I will bring this up because I mean, I thought about just about everything you're bringing up because this is very unique. This is something a little bit outside our norm. In the future, if there are other universities that want to apply for this, they will have to be attached to a post-participating agency. That would be the first and foremost. And then they would have to meet all the rules and regulations. So there is mechanisms in place for accountability. To the other question, which I think is very valid, and I get this a lot, is yes, I have somebody who has 35 years of experience as a level 1. And so my first question is, were they ever an FTO? And they're like, well, yeah, they were. They were an FTO for 15 years. Well, in that case, they can serve as an FTO. It's kind of I wouldn't say one and done, but once they meet the training, they're qualified. They will just have to complete the update training. So there we get that a lot where people have reserves and they're not even aware that they could be utilizing them if they wanted to, but that does come up quite often.
Commissioner Nieto again. Yes, probably they've been to FTO school, probably, but we can't guarantee that.
Right.
Commissioner Terry, I just see this as, it's a far larger issue at hand. And it has to do with the fact of where we're trying to go with 1005 and we're just trying to go with things and this is just seems to be it's the wrong direction because if anything, you know, in my perfect world, the private universities, they can become their own post agency. They can go through all the hoops that everything that everyone else needs to do, quite frankly. And this is just a way for them to subvert that and subvert it further.
I don't think they can though, right? They can't become post entity, can they?
No, there would have to be, you'd have to follow the regulations, have a feasibility study, for example.
Right?
Yes,
That's the fundamental thing.
Yes,
yeah.
sir.
See, I was wondering if this would actually create a kind of a reverse incentive to actually enhance the abilities and professionalism of private universities, that might actually be an unexpected, if not unintended consequence of this. But let me ask this. It doesn't look like maybe the votes are here for this. I'm not sure, but we may want to just table this for now and come back with additional discussions with members of the universities and the commission. Brazil.
I have an idea. And because I think, one, I get what they're trying to do, and I think it's good because they're trying to professionalize them. But then we've opened Pandora's box I'd like to look at it from a broader perspective. Because you could then go to, it could be a private high school that decides it wants to put officers on the campus like an SRO program, and they want to use reserves. So it could go beyond just this. I think we need to be very holistic looking at it, not just because it's Stanford, and I applaud them for the professionalism, basically using people in an agency that brings that level to them. But looking at whatever we do here, we're going to have to do for everybody else. I do like the approval process going through. I like some of that, but I think it's bigger than just this, just personally. Than
Personal
just this one
comment, I
piece.
would agree very much. I think we may have some unintended consequences, which may well, in fact, be good. But I don't think we know exactly what they are at this point,
How does, excuse me, Mr. Chair,
Go.
how does USC fall into this? I always thought they had peace officer powers certified. They tout that they hire only laterals and post-certified officers, or are they armed security guards?
in effect, they're.
Nope,
by-
no, that's untrue. I came from Los Angeles Police Department. They fall under the LAPD umbrella and they're not reserve officers. And so they get sworn in through LAPD, and so they get the benefits for labor that a sworn full-time police officer would get, and maybe not a reserve.
Is Mr. Crawford, is that your understanding?
Well, they were, when per the feasibility study that was completed in 2019, when they attempted to become an agency, I think they fall under 830.7. And I believe that at the time, to my knowledge, they were not a part of LAPD. There were certain things where they have overlap in responsibilities of buildings and facilities. And I think there are quite a few that used to have peace officer status have came over there. But in essence, to my knowledge, most of them were 832 qualified. And that was the original kind of the premise or the precept for their feasibility study. So yeah. So I would ask this, the commission is there anything that you would like me to do or look into? Otherwise, I can tell you, the information that I presented is pretty much standalone. There's not much I can do on the backside as far as researching the matter. It is what it is. But if there's anything in particular, I mean, I'd be more than happy to do that for you. I was just trying to facilitate the request.
Commissioner Gordon? I would just encourage you to go back and take into all of the comments and thoughts that we provided, because otherwise I have a feeling that the vote will be no. So maybe if you go back and have a little time to reflect on our comments and staff can put their heads together, maybe you can come back with something that's a little more palatable, or look at this in terms of the big picture. Maybe there's other steps that need to be taken, but I think if you push us into a vote right now, you're going to push us into a no. So I think we're trying to give you a way out to come back and see if there's a different way. So that would just be my comment for that.
I would echo that comment. I'm very interested in looking a little deeper into the world of unintended consequences here and what this might look like 5 or 10 years down the road as you create incentives for other privates to look at this. So with that, unless there's objection, I think we can table this for now, and we may see it back in March. Thank you, Mr. Crawford.
Thank you.
Ms. Holland. Oh, from the advisory committee, since we tabled it, Lieutenant Stalker, I declined to get your opinion on this, but I think it's consistent. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, we actually didn't have too much comment on this, but definitely understand the comments that we heard today.
Thank you, sir. We moved on to the Management Counseling and Project Report on the adoption of Reg 1022, the determination of bias. As you will recall, we approved this in June. We approved it again in September. It mimics statutory language. There's no additional language added. This language was submitted to OAL after our last meeting, and the 45-day public comment period opened October 17th. It also closed this week with no comments, so there is no need to agendize this item for the third time, and we can move on to the Strategic Communications and Research Bureau. Make sure that's accurate, Mr. Executive Director. Okay. Strategic Communications and Research Bureau. This is a proposal resulting from our June meeting to revise Commission Reg 1953 to include transferability of peace officer background investigation files between agencies and to update the education requirement for consistency with recent legislative changes. If the commission should concur, the action requires a motion to approve the changes in the staff report. Staff Services Manager Kelly Sarowski is here to report.
Good morning or good afternoon, Chair Long, Commissioners. This item is being presented for consideration and voting by the Commission. The proposal of transferability of peace officer background investigation files between agencies was initially presented for discussion at the post-commission meeting in November 2024 and at the request of the California Police Chiefs Association. At the June 2025 Advisory Committee and Commission meetings, an update was provided and post staff received directions to propose a revision to Regulation 1953 Peace Officer Background Investigation. Based on conversations and suggestions from Cal Chiefs, the Post Advisory Committee, the Commission, and Post, the following parameters for the transferability of peace officer background investigation files were identified and are proposed for regulation. The transfer of a complete background investigation file will be at the discretion of both employed agencies. Only a complete background investigation conducted within the past 12 months would be eligible for transfer. The complete background investigation is only available for transfer one time. A background investigation update is required from when the background investigation was initially completed. The appointment date on the attestation of peace officer eligibility post form 2-356 signed by the hiring authority or its designee is no later than 12 months from the date of the signature of the hiring authority designee on the verification of qualification for peace officer appointment post form 2-355 in the initial background investigation file. The complete background investigation records, including initial and updated background investigations, becomes the responsibility of the agency to which it is transferred. However, the initial investigating agency shall maintain a copy. In addition to considering the transferability issue, staff is requesting further changes to Regulation 1953, including consistency with recently passed legislation and the removal of unnecessary and confusing language. For the legislative issue, on October 1st, 2025, Governor Newsom signed Assembly Bill 992, amending Government Code 1031E, Peace Officer Education Requirements. Specifically, the legislation allows for the acceptance of equivalency evaluations of foreign degrees by specified credential evaluation services. For consistency with AB 992, staff is modifying subsection E5A of Regulation 1953 Peace Officer Education Verification, which references Government Code 1031E to include the approved language. This law change goes into effect January 1st, 2026. The final proposed change is removing language from subsection F1A1 of Regulation 1953, which contains repetitive and confusing verbiage. Additional language in the same subsection already states that updates can be conducted on individuals returning to the same agency. This does not remove or change the current exception outlined in Regulation 1950 C1C. That's the end of my presentation. Are there any questions?
Comments or questions? Or recollections of where this came from? I believe it was from Cal Chiefs.
Commissioner Braun, I still think this is a horrible idea. Personally, as a hiring authority, I would never accept somebody else's background. I'm gonna do my background, our own background. I'm not gonna accept somebody else's work and just an update on our behalf. As an employing agency, if another agency came to me and said, I want to steal your employee, can you please give me their background? The answer is no. Do your own background. I get why they want it. It's a shortcut. It's going to save time. It's going to save money. In the long run, it's going to hurt the agencies that agree to this. I'm not saying it shouldn't happen if Cal Chiefs really wants it and we all go for it. But my vote is going to be a no.
Commissioner Nieto, I'm going to support this. I know we've had lengthy conversations. I'm going to support Cal Chiefs. I'm going to support some smaller agencies. I think we wrote into it because some of the big concerns was like, I wouldn't accept this, and we've written into it. It has to, both agencies have to agree on it. You have the option if you're a sheriff or chief to say, no, I'm not going to do it. And so that's always going to fall on whoever the head of that agency is, because I can tell you, even with some background investigators, you know, the product isn't the product you would hope, and you would never hire that background investigator again. So again, I'm gonna support Cal Chiefs on their request on this.
Comments? And there are two pieces to this as well, right? With the updating the education requirements.
Correct.
So that would be another thing. I recall from the conversations on this last time, they were somewhat divided on this. So let me simply ask, is there a motion?
Nieto's gonna motion.
Is there a second? Second? It's not bode well for a vote. Is there a second? Then the motion dies for lack of a second. Second question then, as we acknowledge it, I don't think there's any issue really with the updating the education requirement for consistency with other changes, correct?
Correct.
There would be there's no issue there. Can we bifurcate them and strip that out and move that? Would that be the will of the staff? Right. Objection to that clarifying amendment and stripping out the balance of it. Any objection to that? Motion to do the conforming piece to the education requirement.
Doring will move it with only the education requirements.
Yeah, great.
I'll second just the education requirement.
Second for the education requirement.
And in addition to the education requirement, we are also, we're removing a sentence in 1953 that's confusing.
Correct. But that's a purely conforming, clarifying amendment, correct?
Yes.
Not conforming, but clarifying. That's fine. So we have a motion and a second. Mr. Knapp, would you call the roll, please?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. Barcelona,
Yes.
Braun,
Yes.
Brazil,
Yes.
Cooper, Doring, Duggan,
Yes.
Yule,
Yes.
Gordon,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Long,
Yes.
Mudian,
Yes.
Moon.
Yes.
Nieto,
Yes.
Terrio,
Yes.
Woolry. Motion carries. Mr. Chair, since I know we're going to be required to provide a transcript to the Office of Administrative Law, just to make it perfectly clear what you all approved, could you go over what we understand was approved, Melanie or Kelly?
Yeah, we approved the education portion. Changing, it's amending Government Code 1031E to accept the equivalent, allows for the acceptance of equivalency evaluations of foreign degrees as specified, or there's by specified credential evaluation services. So this was added by the governor's office on October 1st, 2025. It becomes effective on January 1st, 2026. And then the final change was removing language from subsection F1A1 of Regulation 1953. It contains repetitive and confusing verbiage.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. We move now to the training let me just say the intent is to get through these voting items by about 12:30. We'll take a break at that point and come back for the cases. Take a break for lunch. The Training Program Services Bureau. This is a report on proposed changes to commission regs to establish minimum good conduct requirements for instructors. The commission requested last November a process to hold instructors to minimum performance and conduct standards. LEC Andrew Mendonça will report on this item. Sir.
Good afternoon. Thank you. As we develop this language, we try to keep two overarching goals in mind. One, we have a responsibility to students in post-certified courses to ensure that the classroom environment is free from distraction and promotes a positive atmosphere conducive to learning. The other is that when it comes to the course certification process, our regulated body is the presenter themselves and the focus of this regulation. By issuing a certification to their course, we're entrusting them to create a learning environment that reflects positively on post and reflects our expectations for professionalism. The proposed regulations are before you for review. I do want to make one note. While we were preparing the regulatory package, we did find a reference to the quality assurance program in Regulation 1053. That's incorrect. That's the current regulation. It's actually the quality assessment program. So if the commission concurs, as part of this package, we'll make that correction to 1053 as well. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Answer. Thought there'd be more conversation on this one.
You too.
From the advisory committee, Lieutenant.
Yes, thank you. One of the main comments that we talked about yesterday is definitely considering utilizing QAP for definitely instructor misconduct. So it was one of the discussions that we had. So I just wanted to throw that out there. Thank you.
Did you want me to respond to that as far as what the discussion was, or?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think so. Any further conversation? We had more conversation last time, but for the good conduct requirements for instructors, any concerns? Is there a motion?
Commissioner Terrio, was the advisory committee satisfied with that? I mean, with the direction of where things are going, or?
Thank you for that question. Yes, we were. Yeah, we had a good discussion on it yesterday, and I personally was satisfied with the answers that we got on that. Thank you.
Commissioner Terrio, make a motion.
Second. Commissioner Gordon. Mr. Knapp, please call the roll, sir.
Barcelona.
Yes.
Barcelona, aye. Braun.
Yes.
Brazil.
Aye.
Cooper. Doring.
Yes.
Duggan.
Yes.
Yule.
Yes.
Gordon.
Yes.
Johnson.
Yes.
Moon.
Yes.
Nieto.
Yes.
Terrio.
Yes.
And Woolry. Motion carries.
Come over before lunch. Peace Officer Standards Accountability Division. This is a report on the proposed adoption of Commission Reg 1216, the disciplinary guidelines, which we have discussed in great detail. Revisions to previously approved proposed text. The proposed disciplinary guidelines establish consistency in the imposition of discipline for peace officers who have committed one of the 9 acts of serious misconduct. Disciplinary guidelines are intended to provide ALJs a clear understanding of the commission's decisions. If you may recall, we approved the baseline amendments in June and again in September. So we've heard this, this will be our 3rd time running on this, but OAL has requested additional clarifying amendments that I believe all would agree are just technical in nature. Bureau Chief Michelle Weiler will clarify the proposed clarifications.
Yes, Chair Long, you are correct. During the rulemaking process and review by Office of Administrative Law, there were additional items that they wanted us to provide clarification on. One of the big items was where the aggravating and mitigating factors that you are to use in your considerations are coming from. And so we added the references to Commission Regulation 1213, both in the proposed text of Commission Regulation 1216 and the proposed text of the disciplinary guidelines to make it easier for you to find. Not only is it on the screen there in front of you, I identified the specific page and paragraph where you can see the insertions. And then they also wanted additional clarification on term 6 and the quarterly reporting. And I know this was something we had discussed previously. So we're adding additional clarification here as to where a peace officer who has received either final orders from the commission or entered into a stipulated settlement can find instructions on when and where and how to submit their quarterly reports, which will be specified in the stipulated settlement or the final orders. One of their questions was around, well, you've set up these dates for the quarters, but you don't have due dates. And our argument there was that, and our discussion here was that because at any time during that quarter, an officer can enter into a stipulated settlement or receive the final orders based on administrative hearing schedules. We don't want somebody to enter into an agreement or receive their orders at the end of the quarterly period and then have to abide by a set timeline that might be 10 days after, 15 days after, and not give them sufficient time to initiate the terms of their agreement. And so we wanted to be flexible on those dates for those instances. So for the purpose of clarity here, we've adjusted the language identified in the stipulated settlement terms or in the final orders from the commission, so that we have that flexibility for the case-by-case basis. And we received no public comments. This went out for a public comment period between November 4th and November 18th for the additional revisions, and we received none.
Any comments or questions?
Commissioner Terrio, is this for the, after they come back from the ALJ?
It depends. So if they can enter into the stipulated settlement at any time between the commission and the subject officer, or the final orders would potentially be after it goes to the ALJ and comes back to the commission and you guys move forward with whatever your determination is.
And on the guidelines, I know this has been before us before, the minimum penalties established have optional terms and conditions on each of the 9?
Correct. Yes, I believe so.
Okay.
Let me just double check that really quick. I think we left it for the commission to determine if any of them were to have any absolutes where you would not consider alternative options as a minimum. So for example, an act that violated.
Mandatory, to put in, I guess, a judicial parlance, there's no mandatory minimums, that type of thing.
These are guidelines, and so there is absolutely nothing that mandates you to impose specifically what's in these. They provide a framework so that the officer that's subject to these has an idea of the considerations that will be taken by you as the decision maker, but you can deviate from them. That's why we call them guidelines, and they're not you shall.
I appreciate that. I do see a lot of, as a line level officer, I do see a lot of shalls in there, and shall is always the, look over your shoulder, like, because that's what it means.
With guidelines,
but I
they're
get the
intended to
guideline,
be
right.
flexible. Yeah.
Understood. Thank you. I'll make a motion.
Okay.
Dorian. Would you please call the roll?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Barcelona,
Yes.
Braun,
Yes.
Yes.
Cooper, Doring,
Yes.
Duggan,
Yes.
Yule, Gordon,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Long, Moodian,
Yes.
Moon,
Yes.
Nieto,
Yes.
Terrio,
Yes.
and Woolry.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Our final item, voting item before lunch, and after lunch, we will take up the SB2 cases, is the final decision status of settlement discussions, case post 2302971 for Gabriel Mercado Gaxiola. If you recall, in March, the commission voted to Gaxiola's peace officer certification, but imposed a 5-year stay on the revocation, subject to a stipulated settlement between Gaxiola and the commission. The commission directed counsel to draft settlement terms. Staff reached an agreement with Gaxiola on the proposed settlement, and today the settlement is before the commission for a vote to impose the terms and conditions of Gaxiola's certification status per the settlement agreement. Carrie Woolley, attorney with the Legal Affairs Bureau, is here to report or answer any questions.
Good afternoon, commissioners. So today before you is the stipulated settlement that the division came up with between Mr. Gaxiola and his counsel and the division. As you can see, it's got the standard terms and conditions for Mr. Gaxiola. He will submit to testing. He will make sure that he's not under the influence. He will obey all laws, comply with any criminal court orders, not commit any serious misconduct, show proof of completion of his alcohol program. If you will recall from the prior matter, he did have an 18-month driving under the influence program. That should have been completed either this month or last month, but he should be about done with his criminal court orders. Other than that, everything should be in order. To remind you, Mr. Gaxiola is actually Sergeant Gaxiola with the LA Police Department. He is still employed. His counsel, Ms. Wilcox, is here today, and she can answer for her client if you have any questions about how he's currently doing. But our information is that he's still doing well, and that he is still complying with all of the requirements of his employer. And with that, I will take any questions that you have.
I will entertain a motion to approve the terms of the settlement.
Commissioner Gordon?
Nieto seconds.
Please call the roll.
Barcelona,
Yes.
Braun,
Yes.
Brazil,
Yes.
Cooper, Doring,
Yes.
Duggan,
Yes.
Yule,
Oh.
Gordon, Johnson,
Yes.
Long,
Yes.
Moodian,
Yes.
Moon,
Yes.
Nieto,
Yes.
Terrio,
Yes.
and Woolry.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Carries, thank you very much. We'll do one more thing before lunch, very quickly, the committee reports from the advisory committee vice chair because he needs to leave. So some final remarks from Lieutenant Stalker,
Yeah, I just wanted to make a couple quick comments.
filling in for Chief Salazar.
Thank you.
today.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to make a couple quick comments. I talked to several of my colleagues on the advisory committee yesterday, and just wanted to thank Post for the hard work that they're doing. And I know a lot of the stuff that gets brought up, it takes a lot of time and a lot of work, and we appreciate that on the advisory committee. But secondly, the presentations yesterday we felt were excellent, and our questions were answered quickly and thoroughly. So just for the advisory committee, I just wanted to, again, for the committee, just thank Post for the work that they're doing and the presentations that they gave us yesterday, and that allowed great discussion on our part. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Lieutenant Stalker. All right. Safe drive home. With that, we'll take a break until 1 o'clock. Lunch is somewhere. Where?
Chandler.
It's like the whole motion. You get, well, like you and me were just talking about taking the brunt of the blame. Stuff you can't do much about. Where are we? Correspondence. All right, if everyone take their seats, please, and we will reconvene. Well, with a little bit of housekeeping here, and then we've got 3 cases. I know some people have planes. We go to item 9A, which is correspondence. The following correspondence was sent from Post to Jeffrey Palmer, the chief, Chowchilla Police Department, expressing deep sympathy over the tragic on-duty death of Officer Ray Barantes. To Ray Sweeney, the chief, La Mesa Police Department, expressing deep sympathy over the tragic on-duty death of Officer Lauren Craven. To Shannon Dykus, the sheriff of San Bernardino County, expressing deep sympathy over the tragic on-duty death of Deputy Andrew Nunez. And finally, to Chief Garrett Kennedy, the Alhambra Police Department, expressing sympathy over the tragic on-duty death of Officer Alex Sanders. Old business, there is none. New business, we have a request to appoint Support Services Manager Rebecca Biederman from the Laverne Police Department to the Post Advisory Committee as representative for the public safety dispatchers. Ms. Biederman would replace Chilla Trell to the advisory. So, is there a second? Brazil. Is there objection to unanimous consent? Seeing none, Ms. Biederman is appointed to the advisory committee. Our next item is the annual selection of the commission vice chair. California Penal Code 13501 reads, the governor shall designate the chair of the commission from among the members of the commission. The person designated as chair shall serve at the pleasure of the governor. The commission shall annually select a vice chair from among its members. And it's Commissioner Brazil. Are there nominations for vice chair?
I make the motion to reappoint Commissioner Brazil.
Is there a second?
Second, Moon.
All right. Is there a motion? So we have a motion, we have a second. Is there unanimous? Is there objection to unanimous consent to reappoint Commissioner Brazil?
I'd like to discuss this, and did he buy the coffee?
Yes, no, maybe. Depends.
Those are objections to unanimous roll call? Seeing none, Commissioner Brazil remains the vice chair of the commission. 12, future commission dates, upcoming commission meetings, that is in your agenda. We don't need, do we need to do that out loud? It's in your agenda. Is there anything else, Mr. Executive Director, before we move to the SB2 cases? Oh, closed session. What do we need to do? We'll hold off on closed session unless Toby makes us do it later. So we are in regular session, and we will now begin with case review of the recommendations made by the Peace Officer Standards Accountability Advisory Board. We have 3 cases with recommendations from the Peace Officer Standards Accountability Advisory Board. And before we start, let me introduce on my left, Department of Justice Deputy Attorney General Christopher Beatty, counsel for the commission. Welcome, Chris. And if you'd bear with me for just a few necessary preparatory remarks. For our 3 cases today, as always, we are only reviewing the facts and evidence as presented by the Peace Officer Standards Accountability Division and the recommendation of the Peace Officer Standards Accountability Advisory Board. This is not an evidentiary hearing. The rules of evidence do not apply. Evidence is not formally admitted into the record, and there is no need to make objections. Under the Penal Code and applicable statutes and regulations, this hearing will determine only if the matter proceeds to a full evidentiary hearing before an administrative law judge to determine whether the allegations are true and justify discipline. At this stage, the commission may only consider the facts that the division, after investigation, believe can be proven at a later evidentiary hearing, as well as the recommendation of the board. Today, the commission will consider arguments as to whether or not those facts, as represented and presented by the division, demonstrate a high probability that serious misconduct, as defined in Penal Code Section 13.510.8 and Regulation 1205, occurred. Such a finding results in the matter moving to an ALJ for a full evidentiary hearing. No actions by the commission prior to a full evidentiary hearing amount to a final determination that an officer engaged in serious misconduct or that revocation or suspension is mandated. At the conclusion of the Peace Officer Standards Accountability Division's presentation, the commission will have the opportunity to ask questions. Next is comment from the subject officer and/or their counsel, followed by members of the public. The commission may go into closed session deliberations after each case or wait until all cases have been presented or not at all. After reconvening into regular session, motions will be entertained. So enough for the preparatory remarks. Our first case is that of Officer Luke Baxter Walden and Post Law Enforcement Consultant Bill Imboden, that's a Professional Conduct Southern Bureau, and Attorney Simone Renteria will report on case post 2306324 Luke Baxter Walden, who at the time of the events in this case was employed by the LA Police Department. As you will recall from our September meeting, the commission returned this case to the Peace Officer Standards Accountability Advisory Board to consider more fully the LAPD Board of Rights hearing for Walden. Like their original July vote, the board voted unanimously in November to revoke Mr. Walden's certification. Mr. Imboden and Mrs. Renteria.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Go ahead and put the first slide up, please. My name is William Imboden, a law enforcement consultant assigned to the Southern California Professional Conduct Bureau. With me today is Simone Renteria, an attorney assigned to our Legal Affairs Bureau. I'm here to present a supplemental report to post case 2306324 involving respondent officer Luke Walden of the Los Angeles Police Department. In this case, the division found reasonable grounds to believe that respondent engaged in serious misconduct in violation of Penal Code Section 13.510.8, subsection B, subsection 1, alleging that respondent was dishonest during the investigation into allegations of serious misconduct, and Penal Code Section 13.510.8, subsection B, subsection 6, alleging that respondent committed acts that violate the law when he purchased a firearm silencer in violation of California Penal Code Section 33410, a felony, and federal law under Section 27 CFR 447.21, 27 CFR 447.52, as well as the National Firearms Act under USC Title 26, Section 5844. This matter was previously heard by the commission at a regularly scheduled hearing on September 10th, 2025. And at the conclusion of that presentation, the commission returned the case to the division with the direction to obtain additional documents and information to supplement the record, and that this matter be scheduled for further hearing before the Peace Officer Standards Accountability Board. On November 6, 2025, the additional documentation was presented to the board at a special meeting. At the conclusion of that presentation, respondent's representative was given an opportunity to address the board. The board was then tasked with answering the following question. Does anything in the new material presented today warrant a new or different recommendation from the previous recommendation of the board to revoke the officer's certification? After declining to retire to closed session, the board then unanimously voted to reaffirm the previous recommendation for revocation of respondent certification. The division asks you to adopt that recommendation today. As required by Penal Code Section 13.510.85, subsection A, subsection 5, the record of that proceeding is before you, which includes the agenda and the attachments from that meeting, the transcript of the hearing, and the recommendation of the board. The law requires your review to be of that record before the board, which is before you and which you have had an opportunity to review. To assist you in your review of the record, I will take you through the case case as presented to the board and the procedural history of this case. As the record shows, I presented the case before the board substantially as follows. On April 22nd, 2021, U.S. Customs and Border Protection intercepted a suspicious package from China at the Los Angeles International Airport mail facility. The package, which was labeled, quote, fuel filter, and addressed to the respondent at his home address, actually contained an illegal firearm silencer. Upon learning respondent was a current LAPD officer, the investigation was turned over to the LAPD Internal Affairs Bureau. LAPD inspected the item and determined that it was a firearm silencer as defined by California Penal Code Section 17210. Further, an automotive expert determined it could not function as a fuel filter as it had no filtering properties. LAPD conducted an audit of respondent's internet search history on department computers and discovered the respondent had conducted numerous searches of websites selling firearms silencers advertised as fuel filters. The searches ended on March 15th, 2021. A search of respondent's personal PayPal account revealed a transaction on March 17th, 2021 for $45.96 for the purchase of a, quote, Napa 4003 Wix 24003 1/2 by 28 5/8 by 24 fuel filter aluminum solvent trap 1/2 by 28 XH, end quote, from a vendor in China. The respondent was arrested by LAPD and charged with a felony at a pretrial hearing pled no contest to a misdemeanor. During the LAPD administrative investigation into the respondent's attempt to purchase a silencer, respondent was dishonest when he stated several times to the IA investigators that he did not try to purchase a firearm silencer. LAPD sustained the allegation of attempting to possess a firearm silencer and referred respondent to a Board of Rights with a recommendation for termination from employment. At the Board of Rights hearing, respondent continued to deny that he tried to buy a firearm silencer and repeated that he attempted to buy a fuel filter for a Toyota. However, the item seized would not only not fit a Toyota, but it would also be useless as a fuel filter because, again, it had no filtering properties. At the conclusion of that hearing, the Board of Rights unanimously agreed that respondent was guilty of the allegation that he, quote, attempted to obtain a firearm silencer, but reduced the penalty from termination to a 30-day suspension. At the conclusion of the presentation to the board on July 16th, 2025, the board deliberated, then unanimously recommended that respondent's post-certification be revoked and referred the matter to the Post Commission for consideration. On September 10th, 2025, during a regularly scheduled meeting, this commission reviewed the recommendation of the board. At the conclusion of the presentation and discussion of this matter, the commission directed the division to supplement the record and return to the board with the following additional documents for consideration: the entire LAPD Internal Affairs Investigation Report, 21-001144, the LAPD Administrative Adjudication, also known as a Letter of Transmittal, the Board of Rights Decision Rationales, and the Board of Rights Hearing Transcripts. Additionally, this commission wanted an explanation from LAPD as to why an allegation of dishonesty had not been included in their findings, and an understanding of whether respondent was demoted from a supervisory detective position to a non-supervisory position, and whether that action was disciplinary in nature. At the hearing before the board on July 16th, 2025, and the commission hearing on September 10th, 2025, the division presentation included documents in support of their investigation to include ATF bulletins regarding solvent traps and fuel filters, the LAPD criminalist report, criminal court documents, the Board of Rights rationale following the guilt phase of their proceeding, and numerous pictures of the seized item, the packaging, and an actual fuel filter respondent purchased through Amazon. At the direction of this commission, the division has attached to the supplemental investigative summary and findings the entire internal affairs report, as well as documents that were listed as addenda in that report: the LAPD's letter of transmittal and the Board of Rights decision, rationales, and transcripts. With the exception of the Board of Rights transcripts that were not yet available at the time that the notice of intent to revoke was served on the respondent, and the Board of Rights rationale on penalty, the division possessed these items at the time of its initial investigation, and information from them had been incorporated into the investigative summary and findings were relevant. The additional records acquired failed to reveal any information that materially altered the division's analysis and findings that respondent engaged in serious misconduct, both acts that violate the law and dishonesty. Rather, the additional documentation strengthened the division's allegations and provided clarity on why LAPD did not put forth an allegation of dishonesty in their IA report. LAPD Professional Standards Unit, PSU, Captain David Wang notified the division that LAPD made the decision not to, quote, stack the allegations against the respondent by including an allegation of dishonesty when an employee denies committing an act of misconduct. However, he clarified the lack of a formal allegation was in no way an indication that the department believed respondent's testimony in the IA was truthful. In fact, the Board of Rights transcripts makes it clear LAPD was concerned with respondent's lack of honesty, even if it wasn't framed in the form of an allegation. The agency asserted during their closing argument before the Board of Rights that respondent failed to take accountability for his actions every time the opportunity was presented. He was deceitful in providing false evidence and lacked personal integrity, stating, quote, he displayed a series of evidence trying to either deceive or convince us that his actions were not what he was taking accountability for. With respect to respondent's reclassification from supervising detective to non-supervising detective, according to LAPD's PSU, the move was made as part of a management decision not tied to discipline as allowed for within LAPD policy section 3-763.55. However, the reclassification resulted in respondent being placed into a lower pay grade, which took effect June 5th, 2022. By policy, no specific reason for the reclassification was required or given. While reviewing the Board of Rights transcripts, the following exchanges between the respondent and the LAPD advocate were found to corroborate the division's prior determination. Respondent is asked what training he's received related to firearm silencer. Respondent states 0. However, upon further questioning, respondent admits under oath that he fired firearms with silencers during an LAPD training day with vendors to test the weapons because LAPD was considering purchasing suppressed weapons. This contradicts respondent's statements made during the July 16, 2025 board hearing. While answering questions from the board, respondent stated, quote, I've never dealt with a suppressor. I've never seen one in real life. Respondent offers that he did Google picture searches of suppressors or silencers, and that as part of those searches, he looked at items marketed as fuel filters that were used as firearm silencers. Respondent explained his research on silencers as the unit's firearms expert stated he researched them so that he could identify them if his unit got one from a gang member. However, respondent made the argument at his July 16, 2025 board hearing that he did not know after doing months of research that included Napa 4003 fuel filter as a pseudonym for a silencer, that the Napa 4003 item he purchased using his PayPal account was a firearm silencer. Respondent was specifically asked if he looked at items marketed as fuel filters that were used as firearm silencers. He responded with a yes. He is then asked if he saw pictures of the items marketed as solvent traps used as firearm silencers. He answers, at some point, I think that popped up. Having seen those pictures prior to purchasing the purported fuel filter from China, he would have recognized the item he purchased as being an illegal silencer being marketed as a fuel filter. This is further supported by the testimony of LAPD Lieutenant Eric Bixler, who supervised respondent when he worked in the gun unit. Lieutenant Bixler testified at the BOR, the Board of Rights hearing, that an individual who belongs to the LAPD gun unit would be able to discern a silencer if they saw it. In addition, in response to the question, would the feature of a monolithic core be something that Luke Walden was familiar with from his time in the gun unit, Lieutenant Bixler responded yes. After it is established that Napa 4003 is code for firearm silencer marketed as fuel filters, respondent is asked, so is there any reason you ordered a Napa 4003 after repeatedly looking into Napa 4003 as part of your duties into suppressors in your job? Respondent answered, well, I ordered a fuel filter for my car, whatever the code delineation for that part, I don't remember what it was. Finally, in reviewing the Board of Rights rationale for the penalty phase, the Board of Rights panel made it clear they unanimously found respondent guilty of purchasing a firearm silencer. However, they decided to reduce respondent's discipline due to his years of service and commendations received. After reviewing the attached documents and the information gathered from LAPD for the supplemental investigation, coupled with the investigative summary and findings dated March 13, 2025, the division believes the evidence is clear and convincing respondent was dishonest when he denied purchasing a firearm silencer and attempted to mislead investigators with the excuse of trying to buy a high-performance fuel filter. Respondent continued his dishonest statements throughout the Board of Rights hearing, denying he intentionally purchased a firearm silencer marketed as a fuel filter, despite stating he had researched that very item for work-related purposes, including seeing pictures of fuel filters and solvent traps marketed as firearm silencers prior to making his purchase. As indicated above, respondent continued to be dishonest during the board's July 16th, 2025 serious misconduct hearing. Additionally, clear and convincing evidence exists to show respondent committed a felony when he purchased an illegal firearm silencer over the internet from China and had it shipped to his home address. For the purposes of the division's analysis, clear and convincing evidence means evidence of a charge is clear and convincing so long as there is a high probability that the charge is true. The evidence need not establish a fact beyond a reasonable doubt. The division recommends that respondent's post-certification be revoked or suspended. As stated at the July 16th and November 6th, 2025 board hearing, the division's recommendation is based on the following. Clear and convincing evidence exists to show respondent purposefully committed a felony after conducting research for months in advance and then purchasing an item that was clearly intended to be used as a firearm silencer. This is in direct conflict with the respondent's general duty to uphold the law and is in fact the exact crime the respondent was charged with preventing as part of the specialty unit he was assigned to. This blatant dismissal of the law alone is egregious enough to warrant revocation of respondent's peace officer certification, but in addition to violating the laws he was sworn to uphold, respondent lied repeatedly to Internal Affairs and at his Board of Rights hearing when he was confronted with his behavior in an obvious attempt to keep his job through consistent denial despite the evidence of his guilt. Respondent has broken the public trust through his actions, and his words cannot be trusted to truthfully, honestly, and ethically uphold the law or respect the rights of members of the public. Following my presentation to the board, and as documented in the transcripts before you, the following public comments were made by respondent's representative. There is not clear and convincing evidence to establish that respondent was dishonest in his testimony to the Board of Rights. The division is relying on closing arguments to determine why LAPD believed respondent was dishonest. There is no indication that LAPD or its investigators believed respondent was being dishonest, or they would have framed an allegation. The standard of the LAPD investigation is a preponderance of evidence. For post, the standard is clear and convincing, which is a much higher probability. Even with the Board of Rights transcripts, there isn't evidence respondent was intentionally lying or misleading about his purchase of a fuel filter. An employee denying allegations the department brought against him does not meet the standard of dishonesty. In the Board of Rights rationale during the penalty phase, respondent's purchase of the fuel filter was characterized as a mistake. They did not state he was lying or they didn't believe him. The division removed the assertion that respondent's purchase of the second fuel filter in August of 2021 was done as an alibi. Respondent accepted the Board of Rights decision and did not appeal further. Requested that the board reevaluate their recommendation to revoke respondent's certification because the acts that violate the law were not a felony. Respondent pled no contest to a misdemeanor. Respondent's rank reduction from Detective 2 to Detective 1 was not disciplinary. Respondent's only prior discipline was from a 2002 traffic collision. The dishonesty, if taken to an ALJ hearing, would not be provable to a clear and convincing standard based merely on denials of the department's questions of the purchase of a fuel filter. Though there are fuel filters that can be converted to a silencer, that does not mean all fuel filters can be converted to a silencer. The suspension of respondent's certification for acts that violate the law but not dishonesty is more appropriate in this case. Members of the board raised questions that related to the following matters which prompted a discussion between the parties present. Given the strict gun laws in the U.S. and California, how can a person who works in a gun unit and has fired suppressed weapons in training credibly say that he has never seen a silencer or suppressor in real life? Is it respondent's proposition that he didn't get what he ordered, so therefore all the questions he answered at the Board of Rights hearing supported that? There was no comment from members of the public at the conclusion of the board's questions. However, Post-Legal Affairs Bureau added the following comments to the record. As defined by law, neither the board nor the commission are bound by decisions made by the law enforcement employing agencies or results of appeals of those decisions. The legislature charged the board and the commission with independently reviewing investigations for grounds for decertification. The division provided in the board presentation, as well as in the initial investigative summary and findings and the supplemental investigative summary and findings, examples of circumstances where respondent was found to be dishonest, including in his answers to the board on July 16th, 2025. At the conclusion of comments, the board then declined the need to go into closed session and voted to revoke respondent's certification unanimously. This concludes my presentation today. So with that, we're happy to answer any questions the commission may have.
Thank you, Mr. Imboden. Questions from the commission? Did hear this in depth once before, so hence probably the lack of questions at the moment. Okay, so at this point, does the subject officer and or their counsel wish to make public comment? Ms. Leslie Wilcox, I believe. Welcome, welcome. Let me just say again, in prefatory comments, you'll have 3 minutes to speak, so please complete your comments within the allotted time if you can. While commenting, keep in mind the commission will only consider the facts as presented by the division today and will not consider additional facts or defenses. You know, you've heard this before. The sole question before the commission today is if the facts offered by the division today are later proven before an ALJ, do those facts represent a high probability of misconduct as defined? Yes, Commissioner Moodian.
Are we allowed to ask follow-up questions of council?
Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. Ms. Wilcox.
Thank you,
Welcome.
Mr. Long and Commission. Good to see you all again. Detective Baxter received a Be There subpoena, as it's known in LAPD, for a court case that he had today in LA Superior Court, and that is the reason he could not be here. I won't go into the details again. I'm sure you all remember the details from our last discussion. I would just point out that my understanding was the commission asked the division to specifically speak with the investigator from Internal Affairs as to why the allegations of false and misleading were not framed. It appears from what I received that did not occur. It was the Captain Wong from LAPD, who you may or may not know oversees quite a large division. And my interpretation of the statement given is a non-answer. It does not explain why false and misleading was not alleged in the underlying investigation. I'll leave that at that. There was something else that I wanted to bring up to you about that. Oh, I do think that clear and convincing is a fairly high standard, second only to beyond a reasonable doubt. And in this particular matter, even with the additional investigation that you requested and was provided to the advisory board, it all still amounts to a denial by Detective Walton that he did not commit the allegations as alleged. And I would just ask you to seriously consider as to whether or not a denial of an allegation meets the standard of clear and convincing in order to prove a dishonesty charge. I think those two things are fairly far apart as a general statement and also specifically in this case with the facts that you have before you. And I'll answer any questions I have in the minute that I have left.
Any questions for Ms. Wilcox? Commissioner Moodian, did you have anything specific?
At this time, nothing.
Commissioner Woolery. So we're talking about LAPD, correct?
Yes, sir.
Anyone else? In that case, thank you, Ms. Wilcox.
Thank you all.
For being here, for appearing. Is there anyone else here who would like to address the commission at this time on this matter? What's the will of the commission? We can go to, if anyone would like to go to closed session, we're on our way.
Commissioner Nieto, I think because we have several new commissioners, we probably should go into closed session real quick.
All right. So be it. We'll head back to where we just had lunch. Chandler will escort us. Everyone.
nice, but
Yeah, LA High.
We're now back, I believe, is everybody, yes, back in regular session to consider motions. Please note that a vote to revoke the office certificate requires a 2/3 vote of commissioners present and voting. Is there a motion?
Mr. Chair, I'll move that we revoke
Is there a second?
certification.
So the motion is revocation of certification. Mr. Knapp, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Barcelona,
Yes.
Braun,
yes.
Brazil,
Yes.
Cooper,
Yes.
Doring,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Yule,
Yes.
Gordon,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Long,
Yes.
Moodian,
Yes.
Moon,
Yes.
Nieto,
Yes.
Terrio,
Yes.
and Woolry.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
And it's 15-0. Thank you, everyone. Our next case is Officer Michael Kim. Post law enforcement consultant Kevin Sherburne and attorney Carrie Woolley from the Legal Affairs Bureau will report on post case 2410050. Michael Kim, with the time of the events in question, was employed with the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. The October 9th Peace Officer Standards Accountability and Advisory Board vote was unanimous to revoke certification. Floor is all yours, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Commission. Thank you for your time today. My name is Kevin Sherburne. I was the law enforcement consultant assigned to this case as the investigator. I'm assigned to the Professional Conduct Central Bureau, which handled the County of San Francisco at that time. Case number, as the chair mentioned, post 2410050. With me today is Carrie Woolley. She serves as legal counsel for Post and helped me with this case. The clear and convincing evidence substantiated that based upon his conviction for contempt of court, Mr. Kim committed serious misconduct, specifically dishonesty. On May 25, 2018, Mr. Kim admitted to the federal court in San Francisco that he filed a declaration with the court that contained materially false statements, and he pled guilty to a violation of Title 18, United States Code, Section 401, subsection 1, a misdemeanor. Dishonesty includes two types of lies under Penal Code Section 13510.8B1. First, there's dishonesty relating to the investigation or prosecution of a crime. Second, there's dishonesty relating to the investigation of peace officer misconduct. Mr. Kim's dishonesty for serious misconduct purposes occurred when he lied to the court in the declaration and obstructed justice in the criminal prosecution of Andy Lee, and he lied to FBI agents who asked him about the declaration that he filed with the court. During this presentation, I'm going to talk about these three topics. First, I'll talk a little bit about the procedural aspects of the case. Next, I'll talk about the division's analysis and conclusion that Mr. Kim was dishonest and should be decertified. And finally, I'll talk about the reasonable grounds for revocation of Mr. Kim's certificates. For purposes of the division's findings, clear and convincing evidence means there is sufficient evidence to establish there is a high probability that the charge is true, and the evidence need not establish a fact beyond a reasonable doubt. Having said that, in this case, we do have evidence of dishonesty beyond a reasonable doubt based upon Mr. Kim's conviction. The division predicated opening this investigation on two bases. After receiving a California Public Records Act request in October 2024, the division reviewed Mr. Kim's conviction under California Government Code 1029. As noted in footnote 5 of the ISF, Mr. Kim's conviction did not meet the standards set forth in Government Code 1029. The division then reviewed the information under a serious misconduct analysis. Because a criminal contempt charge may relate to a variety of different types of behavior, I reviewed the court records to learn more about the nature of the charge and the underlying conduct to determine whether it might constitute serious misconduct, and if so, whether it was actionable. Pursuant to California Penal Code, Section 13510.8, C3, capital C, the division may initiate its own investigation into serious misconduct, as displayed in the left side of the slide. It is important to note that had Mr. Kim's conviction occurred after January 1, 2023, this case would not be brought to you today as a serious misconduct proceeding where the commission has discretion to decide the status of Mr. Kim's certificates, but rather as a mandatory revocation case under Government Code Section 1029. In addition to predicating the serious misconduct investigation on the division's own initiative, Post received an anonymous complaint from the public that Mr. Kim had been convicted and had agreed not to reapply for a law enforcement position. The complaint came in within a week of my review of the court records and determination that Mr. Kim's conviction and underlying conduct might constitute dishonesty. Thus, even if the division had not initiated the investigation on its own, it would have investigated the allegations pursuant to the public complaint. Pursuant to Penal Code Section 13510.9 F1 capital A, I notified the Sheriff's Office of Post's serious misconduct investigation. As a separate but related matter, I'd like to point out that the San Francisco Sheriff's Office was not obligated under SB 2's provisions to report Mr. Kim's dishonesty because the mandatory reporting requirements became effective January 1, 2023, and Mr. Kim's serious misconduct occurred and his employment had ended prior to that date. Mr. Kim originally started with the Sheriff's Office in 1999 and in 2005 promoted to sergeant. Mr. Kim became friends with Andy Lee when they were in the 9th grade. Mr. Lee was a criminal and ultimately became the enforcer for Raymond Chow, who was known as Shrimp Boy. Mr. Chow was the leader, or dragon. Mr. Lee committed crimes such as arson on behalf of Mr. Chow, who also ordered Mr. Lee to kill people, break their legs, and to commit armed robbery. Mr. Lee had introduced Mr. Kim to Mr. Chow. Although Mr. Kim knew that Mr. Lee had convictions and spent time in prison, they maintained a close personal relationship while Mr. Kim worked at the Sheriff's Office. In March 2014, after an extensive undercover operation, the FBI arrested Mr. Lee. The FBI seized a ballistic vest they found in Mrs. Lee's vehicle. The court ordered pretrial detention of Mr. Lee based on a finding that Mr. Lee was a danger to the community. The court specifically relied on the charges against Mr. Lee, which involved firearms and narcotics trafficking, that Mr. Lee was a convicted felon in possession of a ballistic vest, and that Mr. Lee was an enforcer for an organized crime syndicate. Over the summer of 2014, Mr. Lee sought his release from jail, arguing the vest was Mr. Kim's vest, not Mr. Lee's. Mr. Lee's lawyers asked Mr. Kim how Mr. Lee obtained the vest. Mr. Kim fabricated a story to Mr. Lee's lawyers and signed a declaration he submitted to the court on August 6, 2014. Quote, under penalty of perjury under the laws of the state of California as being true and correct. In the declaration, Mr. Kim identified himself as a San Francisco Sheriff's Office employee. The declaration stated Mr. Kim dropped off his ballistic vest, which was the Sheriff's Office vest, at Mrs. Lee's hair salon with his wife. Mr. Kim's wife forgot the vest at the salon. Mrs. Lee took the vest and placed it in the car, intending to return it to Mr. Kim. And although Mrs. Lee made plans to return the vest to Mr. Kim, quote, both got busy and plans fell through, end quote. In addition to creating this make-believe story, Mr. Kim recruited his wife and Mrs. Lee to commit to this web of lies and submit false statements to the court. This is more than, as counsel for Mr. Kim stated in her submission to the board, wearing, quote, blinders when it comes to close friends or family. On August 19, 2014, FBI special agents interviewed Mr. Kim about his version of events relating to the vest. He told the FBI the same lies that he provided in the declaration. Mr. Kim's story was material to Mr. Lee's submissions to the court. The court ended up denying Mr. Lee's request. In December 2014, the FBI again interviewed Mr. Kim about the stories in his declaration. This time, Mr. Kim told the FBI that he had lied to them in August and in the declaration. Mr. Kim also submitted a memorandum to his supervisor in which he repeated the lies that he told the FBI agents and that were contained in the declaration. Although my investigation was unable to obtain the memorandum he submitted to his supervisor, and his supervisor, who is now retired, did not respond to my requests for an interview, Mr. Kim admitted that he lied in the memorandum. These admissions also serve as evidence of his dishonesty relating to reporting or investigation of peace officer misconduct. Mr. Kim resigned from the sheriff's office in 2016. At the time of his resignation, he held basic, intermediate, and advanced certificates issued by post. On May 25, 2018, Mr. Kim pled guilty to contempt of court. In support of his plea, Mr. Kim stated he knowingly and willfully lied to the court. On October 12, 2018, the court entered a judgment of conviction. The sentence included 3 years of probation. In November 2020, Mr. Kim sought and was granted early release from probation. Nearly immediately after his release from probation, Mr. Kim sought reemployment as a peace officer. In April 2021, Mr. Kim completed a requalification basic course and reapplied to the sheriff's office in May 2021. His application for employment expired, and in June 2023, he reinitiated the application process. He completed a second requalification basic course in August 2024. During his background investigation, Mr. Kim completed questionnaires in which he made admissions that he committed perjury by submitting a false statement to a court and made false statements to FBI agents. Mr. Kim also underwent a psychological evaluation as required by post regulations. A key component of the psychological evaluation is examination of dimensions that cover topics like integrity and decision-making and judgment. Under the process, a department psychologist conducted an evaluation. If that psychologist determined an applicant not to be suitable, the applicant had a right to appeal and hire his or her own psychologist. In Mr. Kim's case, the department psychologist deemed him not suitable. He appealed and hired Dr. Ryan Dunnigan to evaluate him. Dr. Dunnigan performed an evaluation on November 1, 2023, and deemed Mr. Kim not suitable. In my investigation, the evidence showed that an applicant's own psychologist very rarely failed an applicant. As a result of Dr. Dunnigan's determination that Mr. Kim was not suitable, the sheriff's office sent Mr. Kim an email on November 30, 2023, stating it discontinued the application. Quote, "It elected not to proceed with your application." Excuse me. While on one hand, the background process did not set forth another appeal for applicants who failed the evaluation by their own psychologist, on the other hand, personnel at the sheriff's office stated there was also no prohibition on an appeal. However it occurred, in February 2024, Mr. Kim appealed Dr. Dunnigan's determination he was not suitable for a peace officer position. Dr. Dunnigan focused on the post dimensions of ethics and judgment. In his appeal, Mr. Kim submitted a letter of recommendation from Sheriff Paul Miyamoto. Dr. Dunnigan stated it is very rare that he receives letters of recommendation from chiefs or sheriffs. As such, the letter carried considerable weight to him because he said it leaned into Dr. Dunnigan's lane in the road. Dr. Dunnigan reversed his earlier determination, but for the letter, Dr. Dunnigan would likely have again deemed Mr. Kim not suitable for employment as a peace officer based on the dimensions. Counsel for Mr. Kim states that the division immediately seemed suspicious of the letter. Given Mr. Kim's lies for which he was convicted, the suspicions were legitimately founded, and the division's investigation followed up in a thorough and objective manner to determine whether Mr. Kim himself authored the letter. The letter also had probative value whether there was abuse of power in the hiring process of Mr. Kim. After a third psychologist reviewed the previous psychological examinations, the background investigation unit submitted the background investigation file to the chain of command for a hiring decision. As noted in the ISF, 3 of the 4 voting members of the command staff hiring committee voted to reject Mr. Kim. On December 21, 2024, the department rehired Mr. Kim as a deputy. The evidence above and as detailed in the ISF substantiated at the clear and convincing standard that Mr. Kim lied in Mr. Lee's prosecution to FBI agents during a criminal investigation into his own conduct, to the court, and to his chain of command. Reasonable grounds exist to revoke or suspend Mr. Kim's peace officer certificates. Mr. Kim's lies had impact in the following ways that demonstrate that his certificates should be revoked. His lies obstructed justice in the prosecution of Mr. Lee. They interfered in the proceedings of another branch of government and affected the integrity of the judicial system, wasting the time and resources of the court, prosecutors, and the FBI. Mr. Kim enlisted others in his criminal activity. This activity demonstrated that Mr. Kim had a conflict of interest and willingly compromised core law enforcement values based upon personal loyalties. Mr. Kim's lies to his own chain of command harmed the morale of the sheriff's office and undercut departmental discipline. Mr. Kim's lies were an attempt to gain release of a man the court found to be a danger to the community. Finally, in his memorandum in aid of sentencing, Mr. Kim's lawyer stated that Mr. Kim resigned from the sheriff's office with, quote, no intention of returning to law enforcement. His own family also submitted statements that Mr. Kim's atonement included accepting responsibility through the act of relinquishing a career in law enforcement. Mr. Kim's re-entry to law enforcement demonstrates further dishonesty. In sum, the division seeks revocation of Mr. Kim's certificates based on his dishonesty for lying during the prosecution of Mr. Lee, during the criminal investigation into Mr. Kim's crimes, and based on Mr. Kim's dishonesty during an investigation into Mr. Kim's misconduct as a peace officer. Mr. Kim crossed the Rubicon when he submitted the declaration. He is past the point of no return to the profession. That concludes my presentation, and if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Questions or comments from commissioners at this time? Does the subject officer and or counsel wish to make any public comment?
Good afternoon. I'm Marie Masters from Rains Lucia Stern. I represent Deputy Kim. I also apologize for sounding a little bit sick. I won't cough on anybody.
Just I'll give you the usual, excuse me, Ms. Masters, welcome. And also thank you for the submission of your letter so that we could have that, so all the commissioners could have that in their agenda. It saves considerable time. We could read the 6 pages. I will have to read once again the admonishment that you have 3 minutes to speak, so try to stay within the allotted time and try to stay pleased to the facts as presented by the division and not enter into additional facts or defenses at this time. Thank you. Welcome.
Understood. I believe you confirmed that the commissioners have all had a chance to review the public comment, so I will not.
It's in the agenda.
Okay.
I can't speak to everyone's reading skills, but it was definitely in the agenda.
Understood. So first, I'd like to reiterate that the incident here happened in 2014. Deputy Kim understands how serious this was, and he's effectively self-suspended for what is now nearly 9 years since the time he resigned, between the time he was rehired by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. He's also completed the criminal penalty that was imposed for the misdemeanor contempt of court charge. Part of the spirit of SB2 decertification proceedings is to prevent officers who commit serious misconduct from essentially leaving one department and then getting rehired by another without the second department's full knowledge of what transpired at the first. In this case, Deputy Kim was rehired and resigned in 2016 and was then rehired by the very same department in 2024, with that department's full knowledge of exactly what happened in 2014. To that extent, we'd like to request that if the commission decides to take adverse action against Deputy Kim's post certificates, it be by way of a suspension, potentially something like a year or another appropriate term, not decertification. Deputy Kim earned his department's trust before the incident and still retained that trust since it happened, which is pretty remarkable. Most people would not be able to come back to a profession absent some sort of exceptional trust by the department that rehired him, as well as his coworkers who know his character. I'd like to reiterate my request that the commission consider the mitigating facts that we outlined in our written public comment, as well as outlined in by regulation section 1213. Next, I'll take the rest of my time just to briefly respond to the case presentation. Regarding the psychological evaluation, that showed that it in fact showed that Deputy Kim was psychologically fit and had excellent personality traits for the job he does. The dimensions that were discussed were not actually related to his personality traits. They're primarily related to this incident that we're here to discuss. The other thing is this letter that keeps coming up. Even the mainstream media had the wherewithal to call the sheriff's office directly and just ask the person who my client said authored the report, was this authored by you? And it's been confirmed that Sheriff Miyamoto did unequivocally write the recommendation letter that has been in question. It was transmitted to Deputy Kim via email, a copy of which we provided to the division investigator directly. Instead of allowing the topic of this recommendation letter to become such a prejudicial topic, the division really should have gone directly to the source from the beginning and just asked the sheriff directly to resolve any issue of authenticity. It was a bit troubling that the supplemental report from the division failed to note that the letter at issue had actually been resolved, same with its authenticity. It appears that omission could have been intended to create an impression of this recent pattern of dishonesty where none in fact exists. The last item, just 5 seconds, is this the quote of no intention of returning to law enforcement. I'll go ahead and let my client explain that to you. I think it would be more appropriate for him to explain that directly.
Good afternoon. Yes, when my attorney and I made the comment of not coming back, we thought at the time that I would not be able to come back with this charge. But after I got the misdemeanor charge and did my probation, and no, I did not request to be off early termination for probation. They're the one that told me that I would be off early termination for good behavior. But my attorney and I, we thought that we weren't going to be law enforcement again. So as I worked across the street from City Hall, a lot of the deputies that I knew and the command staff I knew, the captains, and they came by and asked me, hey, since you finish your probation, it was a misdemeanor, you have the opportunity to come back to the sheriff's department. So because of the urging, I did apply. And I went through the whole process, and it wasn't anything that, as Mr. Sherburne was saying, that there was shortcuts to it. There was no shortcuts. I did everything that every candidate would go through. Yes, I did go through 2 of the psychological evaluations. The reason I went through a psychological evaluation was because for my old job, there was a sexual harassment complaint from a female officer. Because of that complaint, it was still pending. That's why Dr. Dunnigan stated that he was not able to pass me. And once the harassment was, I was vindicated, that he told me once it's done, just come back and call me and we'll do another evaluation. And that's exactly what happened. And I did a second evaluation. And at that time, Dr. Dunnigan was suggesting, since I know the sheriff, would you be able to get a recommendation letter? And I told him, I could ask the sheriff and see what he says. And that's how I ended up getting the recommendation letter.
If the commissioners have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Seeing none. Thank you both for taking the time to be here.
Thank you.
All right. Are there any members of the public who would like to address the commission at this time? Come forward.
My name is Marcia Kohlhauer.
You have, speaking
And
to the mic there, Marcia.
I'm currently working with the Sheriff's Department. I've worked with Michael for many, many years. I've known him for over 20 years. He's also been my supervisor. We've done different projects in the jail when people are sneaking things in, pretending to be somebody they're not. We've had many successful arrests in the jails. So I believe that everything that he has gone through from this incident and moving through it and taking another job and getting through that and now getting his job back that he's worked very hard for, he deserves another look at everything, another chance to show people.
I'm just going to interrupt for 1 second. Not to, I don't want to be rude. I'm sorry, but really like you to stick to the facts in this case, and not new defenses such as character witnesses and so forth. So thanks.
Well,
Thank you very much.
He's a great person to work for. I know that. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mentor Francis Bamu. I work with Supervisor King at the War Memorial for the County of San Francisco from 2017 to 2024. During his time as my supervisor, Mr. Kim took a liking to me. As you hear, I speak with an accent. I'm from West Africa, Liberia. When I met Mr. Kim, his leadership and guidance made me to be my better self on the job, being new to the society.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm going to interrupt again. We want to keep all this testimony, frankly, to the facts of the case, not to character witnesses, which is a different defense at this time. So if you could just please limit your comments, if you have any now, to the facts in the case, if you would, please.
Yeah, working with Mr. Kim for 7 years, he was a great leader, which I cherish.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Trisha Ford. I've known Mike for over 10 years. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have the job I do as a supervisor for the War Memorial. He's a very good person, very honest, trustworthy.
Thank you. So nothing regarding the facts of the case?
I look up to him. He's a role model.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks for taking the time.
Thank
Is there anyone else here who would like to address the facts of the case regarding Mr. Kim? Hello, questions or comments from commissioners at this point, including whether the preference is to go to closed session or a motion, whatever, what is the will of the commission?
I have a question for Mr. Law Enforcement Consultant. Would you go back to the slide was his like resignation letter or I'm not coming back to work?
Sure. I think it's like slide 6, maybe.
Well, I'll wait till you get situated.
Sir, you're talking about the memorandum in aid of sentencing, that slide?
Is what you referenced to, I mean, Mr. Kim talked a little bit about it, like the reason why I'm not coming back to the sheriff's department or a resignation. I'm not sure what the document was.
Is this the slide that you're referring to?
That's the court document for.
This is a submission from Mr. Kim's counsel to the federal court in San Francisco in aid of his sentencing after his plea of guilty to contempt of court.
Can you restate what the purpose of that? If I misunderstood, like that had something to do with his candor or honesty in this case? Just could you just restate the purpose of this or restate your reference to this slide and what the significance was in the case? I think you mentioned something to his candor or his lack of honesty in relation to his declaration that he says, I'm not coming back to work, and now he applied to come back to work.
Correct. Excuse me, my reference is that this statement indicates that he is currently violating what he is saying there in that document.
Is it alleged that this is a form of dishonesty as applies
It is not a
applies to
charge-
Senate Bill 2?
Excuse me, no, it is not a chargeable dishonesty. I'm
Okay.
not saying that. I'm saying he lacks credibility when he says here, no intention of returning to law enforcement, and later decides to return to law enforcement.
Okay, I understand.
That as well. If I could add to that as well, when he's making these statements, which we did confirm during his interview. Thank you. If I could add to this as well, we confirmed during his interview that this statement was placed in the memorandum in aid of his sentencing by his attorney with his knowledge and support. This statement was put in there so that the court would give him a lenient sentence. It was in support of him getting probation. He was aware at the time that the sentence was being made. And it looks like from the information we have now that this statement was made with knowledge that he may not have been truthful at that time. And so, yes, it's not actionable as dishonesty, but it goes to whether or not there's any potential, whether he's still having a credibility issue. Because in 2018, when this was presented to the court to say he's not going to be in law enforcement anymore, so his dishonesty issues are not going to be a problem when he's not being forthright with the court. He's being at least disingenuous, if not dishonest, or at least his attorney's statement to the court and representations to the court are not correct. And he's doing that for a purpose so that he gets a more lenient sentence, which does in fact occur.
Additional questions? Will of the commission for regarding closed session or a motion?
Commissioner Cherry, I'll make a motion to go to closed session.
Right, let's go. We're back in regular session. Is there a motion on the matter of Michael Kim?
Cooper, move for revocation of certification.
Ron second.
Motion is to decertify. We have a motion and a second. Mr. Knapp, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Barcelona. Braun.
Yes.
Brazil.
Yes.
Cooper.
Yes.
Doring.
Yes.
Duggan.
Yes. Yes.
Gordon.
Yes.
Aye.
Johnson. Long. Moodian.
Yes.
Moon. Nieto.
Yes.
Terrio. And Woolry.
Yes.
Motion carries. All in
Unanimous,
favor.
15-0.
Correct.
Motion carries for decertification. Thank you very much, everyone. We move to our last case today, Officer Armando Montalvo, Post Law Enforcement Consultant Marcus Gregory, and Brian Hoffman, Attorney, Post Legal Affairs Bureau, will report on Post 240-2562, Armando Montalvo, who at the time of the events in question was employed with the Orange County Sheriff's Department. The October 9th Peace Officer Standards Accountability Advisory Board voted 7-1 to revoke certification. Gentlemen, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Marcus Gregory, and I'm a law enforcement consultant assigned to the Professional Conduct Southern Bureau. I'm here with respect to the case of Post 240-2562 regarding Deputy Armando Montalvo. Deputy Montalvo is currently employed with the Orange County Sheriff's Department. In this case, the division determined that reasonable grounds exist to show that Deputy Montalvo engaged in serious misconduct in violation of Penal Code Section 13510.8, parent B, parent 3, specifically that Deputy Montalvo engaged in physical abuse against a jail inmate at the Orange County Intake Release Center on March 16, 2024. In the division's investigative summary and findings, it's recommended this case be considered for suspension or revocation of Deputy Montalvo's post-certification in accordance with the requirements of Senate Bill 2 and as required by Penal Code Section 13510.85, parent A, parent 4. This matter was heard by the Peace Officer Standards Accountability Advisory Board on October 9, 2025. Following the conclusion of that hearing, the board voted for revocation of Deputy Montalvo's certification. The division asks you to consider the board's recommendation today. As required by Penal Code 13510.85, parent A, parent 5, the record of that proceeding is before you, which includes the agenda and attachments from that meeting, a transcript of the relevant portions of the hearing, and the recommendation of the board. If the matter was heard in closed session by the board, commission counsel will be able to advise you with respect to those proceedings. The law requires your review to be of that record before the board, which is before you and which you have had an opportunity to review. To assist you in your review of the record, I will take you through the case as presented there. As the record shows, I presented the case before the board substantially as follows. Deputy Montalvo began his career with the Orange County Sheriff's Department on February 25th, 2022 as a deputy sheriff in training. Deputy Montalvo graduated from the academy and became a deputy sheriff on September 9, 2022. Deputy Montalvo remains employed with the Orange County Sheriff's Department. Deputy Montalvo has obtained a basic and intermediate post certificate. As required by Title 11 of the California Code of Regulations, Regulation 1213, subsection parent A, parent 5, in considering whether a revocation or suspension is appropriate, the commission shall consider Deputy Montalvo's prior conduct, discipline, and service record, and any prior instances of misconduct. To that end, Deputy Montalvo has 5 other reports of potential serious misconduct of records that were submitted to post. These reports are related to claims of excessive or unreasonable force. 4 of the 5 reports have all been determined to be unfounded by the agency and closed with post, with the 5th case being not sustained with the agency. There was no finding by Post that any of these investigations show a pattern of serious misconduct on the part of Deputy Montalvo, but rather show a pattern that the Orange County Sheriff's Department is accurately complying with SB 2 by reporting allegations. The Orange County Sheriff's Department defines unfounded as an investigation indicates that the acts or acts complained of did not occur or involve the department member. Orange County Sheriff's Department defines exonerated as the act or acts did occur but were justified, lawful, and proper. And the Orange County Sheriff's Department defines not sustained as the investigation fails to discover sufficient evidence to clearly prove or disprove misconduct on the part of the member. I would now like to provide a brief summary of the 5 other reports that have been submitted to Post. The first incident allegedly occurred on May 9, 2023, where an inmate alleged through an inmate grievance that multiple deputies broke his pinky finger during the uncuff process. The agency determined that no use of force occurred and the inmate was observed punching the cell door twice. This report was submitted to Post as unfounded. The second report was alleged to have occurred on June 24, 2023, when an inmate accused deputies of breaking his arm during the uncuff process. The investigation indicated that the deputy's use of force was within policy. A use of force report was only created due to the inmate's allegation that the deputies had broken his arm. Entries were submitted to Post for this case as both unfounded and exonerated for all the deputies involved. The third report was alleged to have occurred on August 12, 2023, after the Orange County Sheriff's Department had received a letter alleging deputies used excessive force by forcing an inmate into a wheelchair, placing his arms around his back, shoving him into a wall, and dropping the inmate on the cement. The agency conducted a preliminary investigation and determined the alleged acts did not occur, and the incident was determined to be unfounded. The fourth report was alleged to have occurred on March 21st, 2024, when an inmate claimed that multiple deputies used excessive force against him, leaving the inmate beaten with a black eye. The use of force report indicated that Deputy Montalvo only used control holds in his body weight during this incident. The force used during the incident was deemed reasonable and within policy, and the allegation was deemed unfounded. The fifth incident, which alleged to have occurred on September 20, 2024, was reported through a grievance. The use of force report indicated that the inmate refused to follow directives, and deputies tried to place the inmate in control holds, at which point the inmate attempted to pull away. The report indicated deputies used strikes, control holds, and their body weight. The report indicated as well that Deputy Montalvo, as well as other deputies, did punch the inmate during the incident, and the actions taken by the deputies were in an appropriate response to the inmate's uncooperative, argumentative, and assaultive behavior. The allegation was deemed to be not sustained. None of these 5 other reports were deemed by the Orange County Sheriff's Department to rise to the level of an internal affairs investigation. The Orange County administrative investigation into the matter before us did not note any other forms of discipline imposed on Deputy Montalvo. Next slide. California Penal Code 13.5.10.8, Parent B, Parent 3, and California Regulation 1205, Parent A, Parent 3 define physical abuse as including but not limited to the excessive or unreasonable use of force. On March 16, 2024, Deputy Armando Montalvo was involved in use of force incident with an inmate at the Orange County Intake Release Center. As part of his duties that day, Deputy Montalvo would oversee inmates going through the booking process. Deputy Montalvo was escorting an inmate, who I will refer to during this presentation as inmate, to the photo booth when inmate became resistive by turning towards Deputy Montalvo and pulling away. Deputy Montalvo and another deputy responded by taking the inmate to the ground. During the use of force incident, Deputy Montalvo punched inmate approximately 28 times in the face, head, and upper body, while 3 other deputies assisted and threw numerous punches. Inmate was not assaultive towards the deputies and was only showing passive resistance by not giving up his hands while pinned in a prone position on the ground. At one point after delivering the punches, Deputy Montalvo lifted the inmate's head and struck an inmate's face against the concrete floor while inmate was pinned down by other deputies. During his administrative interview, Deputy Montalvo stated he got tunnel vision after he believed inmate had struck him in the face, and inmate refused to follow commands and put his hands behind his back. Deputy Montalvo explained that he used injuring force because while they were still standing up, he couldn't get inmate in control holds and didn't know what other force options to use. Deputy Montalvo stated during the heat of the moment, he believed injuring force was the best option. But looking back at the incident now, he probably should have used different tactics. Deputy Montalvo admitted that grabbing inmate's head by the side and striking it against the ground was not an approved use of force technique. Deputy Montalvo was cooperative with the investigation and acknowledged the force used during the incident was excessive. As a result of the administrative investigation, the Orange County Sheriff's Coroner's Department sustained a finding that the force used by Deputy Montalvo was unreasonable and not within policy. And as a result of this sustained finding, Deputy Montalvo received a 40-hour suspension. Deputy Montalvo's actions constituted physical abuse when he used excessive force against inmate by punching him 28 times and striking his head against the ground. The facts I've just recited support the division's finding that Deputy Montalvo was involved in a serious misconduct, specifically physical abuse to include excessive and unreasonable force. For the purpose of the division's analysis, clear and convincing evidence means evidence of a charge is clear and convincing so long as there is a high probability that the charge is true. The evidence not need to establish a fact beyond a reasonable doubt. Next slide. The division believes that the commission should consider the following factors in this matter. The involved inmate advised the sergeant investigating the incident that he did not have any injuries. At the time this event took place, Deputy Montalvo had only approximately 15 months off training. Deputy Montalvo initially believed his actions at the time were justified, as did his partners when the incident occurred, which identifies a possible training issue. However, upon further review, Deputy Montalvo acknowledged that his actions did not comply with his agency's policies, and he admitted that he used excessive force. Deputy Montalvo admitted he suffered from tunnel vision because he thought inmate had struck or attempted to strike him in the head. Deputy Montalvo admitted to the misconduct during the administrative investigation and did not make excuses for his conduct and appeared remorseful for his actions. When reviewing the incident during his administrative interview, Deputy Montalvo admitted that his actions would not look good if observed by the public because he threw too many punches and did not allow inmate time to respond and give his hands up. Deputy Montalvo stated during the administrative investigation he sought out additional training following the incident, and Deputy Montalvo accepted the proposed discipline issued by his agency and did not file an appeal. Deputy Montalvo has no further discipline history. Deputy Montalvo's candor, acceptance of responsibility, and action of seeking further training indicating his willing to learn from the incident. Following my presentation to the board and as documented in the transcripts before you, public comments were made by Deputy Montalvo's representative. Deputy Montalvo and his representative also answered questions from the board members. The transcript also documents comments made by members of the public following the presentation. The board then went into closed session. When the board returned into open session, it voted to revoke Deputy Montalvo's certification by a margin of 6 votes in favor of revocation and 1 vote opposing revocation. And next we'll play the video, and after the video, I'm willing to answer any questions the commission might have. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Gregory. The questions for Mr. Gregory or Mr. Hoffman at this time? Seeing none, does the subject officer and or counsel wish to comment? And they're online. Howski, can you hear us?
Yes, sir, I hear you. Are you able to hear me?
We can hear you. We can see you. Welcome, sir.
Good.
I will read you the usual admonition that you have 3 minutes to speak. So please try to keep your comments within that time, and keep in mind the commission may only consider the facts presented by the division today and will not consider additional facts or defenses. Floor is
Yes, sir.
yours,
Thank you
sir.
for, yes, sir. Thank you for your time, and I'll try to be brief. You're being asked to judge a rapidly evolving incident, which is what you witnessed on the video there. And you have to understand the environment. You also have to understand the facts and what the department itself actually concluded in this matter. First, this incident occurred not just inside the jail, it occurred inside the intake and release, what's called the IRC. And that specific location is literally the filtration point where inmates actually start their journey through the Orange County jail system at the booking loop, which is exactly where Deputy Montalvo works. Now, with that being said, multiple witnesses, many of those that you saw in that video, they all claimed and they were very consistent about what they saw and what they observed. Multiple deputies on scene said the same thing. The inmate was actively resisting. That's in the investigation. That the inmate was pulling away, he was pinning his arms, he was yelling, he was kicking, refusing commands. This wasn't just a passive person being victimized. There was a struggle going on. But this is not to suggest in any manner, as you heard from the law enforcement consultant, that Deputy Montalvo is running away from this or not acknowledging any issues with his actions during this incident. And this was an experience issue. This was not malice. I think I heard this when there was a lot of discussion about Stanford and the carve out. And I heard a few commissioners mention the word experience, lack of experience. This is what is happening here. Lack of experience. You have a deputy with roughly a year and a half on removed from his training in the academy, a few months removed from obtaining his basic certification. And I'm talking to a room full of actual law enforcement individuals. Rewind the clocks on your own career. Lack of experience in a high adrenaline situation, it's a recipe for disaster. And the way to cure that is not just through training, but it's through experience. And Deputy Montalvo has been able to show that. I will not touch upon the other complaints that were mentioned. I do appreciate what the investigator mentioned. Those were all unfounded and closed out by post. I do want to actually focus on a little bit more on the department's analysis here. Yes, Deputy Montalvo was issued only 40 hours, but let me be 100% clear on this. This was not just some low-level sergeant that was making this decision unilaterally. This was an intricate review process by the Orange County Sheriff's Department. Multiple levels of review, including multiple assistant sheriffs, a constitutional advisor who is a former district attorney, mind you, reviewed all of this and came to the conclusion that Deputy Montalvo deserves to be employed with their department. And they issued a 40-hour suspension. This is not a rookie getting a free pass or anything like that. We are asking for an appropriate consideration on this. We are asking for you not to impose a revocation. This is an experience issue that can be cured, that can be salvageable. And we do believe that when you hear from Deputy Montalvo, that'll be 100% underscored. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, sir. Deputy.
Yeah. Hello, everyone, and thank you for allowing me to be here again, once again. I want to begin by saying from the bottom of my heart that I am truly sorry for my actions and the impact they had. This experience has been extremely humbling, and I carry the weight of this every single day. Since the incident, I spent a lot of time reflecting not only on the choices I made in that moment, but on the responsibility I hold as a police officer and a human being. And I fully accept that discipline. At the time of the incident, I was unexperienced being a primary deputy in a situation like that. Looking back, I recognize I failed to de-escalate properly. I failed to use the appropriate arresting control techniques, which ultimately led to the tactics I used were inappropriate. Accepting the truth has been painful, but it's a part of taking responsibility, and I made a mistake. I replay the incident over and over, what I felt, what I feared, and where I fell short. What I have learned that is wearing a badge doesn't make you immune to human error. Stress, environment can cloud your judgment, and I now understand how important it is to slow myself down, those moments to breathe, refocus, and rely just on training, but on patience, empathy, and restraint. I have learned that the true control starts with my reaction, my tone, and mindset. In response to this incident, I was remediated in de-escalation risk control techniques by my department, but I knew completing required training wasn't enough. I owed it to the community, to the department, and to myself to go further. I reached out and owned the request additional training on my own, and requested additional training. My department supported me. I completed other de-escalation courses like Crisis Intervention 1, Crisis Intervention 2, which are all post-approved classes. I do have intensive de-escalation training coming up in the next few months, Crisis Intervention 3 and de-escalation. Beyond classroom learning, I've spent personal time reading articles from Post website, studying de-escalation strategies, and completing every de-escalation training I possibly can. I'm committed to ensure that what happened never happens again. Now, with more time on the job and experience handling difficult situations, I have changed. We all recognize that training is important, but with real-world experience in law enforcement, you can fully grasp the reality of the job. Over time, I have learned firsthand. I have applied my experience to my daily routine at work, and since gaining that knowledge, I have not been involved in incidents like this one. I am not the same deputy I was then. A combination of growth, accountability, and continued training has changed me for the better. The journey has been one of the most difficult moments of my career and in my life. Being a deputy has always been more than a job. It is a responsibility, and it is a calling. An experience reminded me of how fragile the community trust is and how important it is to protect the trust of those every decision I make. I stand before you today to show you that I have learned from this, that I have grown, and that I am fully dedicated to becoming a better officer and a better human being. I can't change what already happened, but I can take full responsibility for it. And I can promise you the lessons I have learned from the incident that will guide me for the rest of my career. Through the classes I've been taking and the articles I've been reading, something that guides my judgment every day that I work is this quote that I read from actually a Post approved article and in classroom. It stuck to me and I use it every single day. It says, "De-escalation achieves control verbally before it should be accomplished physically." I care deeply about this profession, and I care about what's doing right. This experience has strengthened my determination to move forward and be more self-aware, more disciplined, and more compassionate in every situation I encounter going forward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Deputy. Thank you, Counsel. Any questions of the deputy or his counsel? Seeing none, is there anyone else from the community or public members that would like to address the commission?
Commissioner Terry, I have a question for the law enforcement consultant. I'm just curious, where did you guys get, one minute, back up. How come you came up with I think you mentioned earlier that was a passive resistance instead of active resistance? Was that your guys' position?
That was the department's position.
Thank you.
Mr. Johnson.
Enforcement consultant, can you go over the injuries one more time?
Based on the report, I believe he had a bloodied chin and a bump under his eye. But when he was asked by the supervisor if he had any injuries, he stated no.
Thank you.
Commissioner Doring, just to clarify too, and I thought I read it in the deputy's report, that at one point the inmate was grabbing his leg. So is there a understanding that, in Commissioner Terrio's point, that it went from active to passive, but it was active at some point?
I don't know that they ever determined if he did. I believe Deputy Montalvo believed that he was grabbing at his leg. That was his perception.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Looks like we have no further questions. We do? No further questions? What's the will of the committee? Closed session?
Commissioner Gordon, I'd like to go to closed session.
Closed session it is. Thank you for your time, gentlemen.
Your own Bushville, Florida?
in that area, pigs now.
Keep going.
Back in regular session on the case of Armando Montalvo. Is there a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, make a motion for a 30-day suspension.
For a second,
Woolery second.
any questions about what that means? Seeing none, Mr. Knapp, would you please call the roll on the motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Barcelona,
Yes.
Braun,
Yes.
Brazil,
Yes.
Cooper,
Yes.
Doring,
Yes.
Duggan,
Yes.
Yule,
Yes.
Gordon,
Yes.
Johnson, Long,
Yes.
Mudian,
Yes.
Moon,
Yes.
Nieto,
Yes.
Terrio,
Yes.
and Woolry.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Mr. Knapp. Commissioners, is there anything else? I think I'll speak for all of us in thanking Manny and the staff for such diligent and substantive preparation and we appreciate it very much. Excellent work. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Is there a second? No objection to unanimous consent. The meeting is adjourned.
Good.
Picture back.
Yeah.